started off with an absolute banger. Had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off an emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's one. That's two there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza. It's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. Onto Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better. For Irrelevant. Great spotted. Top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock onto Savvy. Does he get the second? He does! Onto the Bam Bam! Well, it's season 2 for the PUBG Challenger Rumble. It's been a long time waiting from basically the start of the year to get to this point, Russell. And hopefully this time around, this tournament can get the justice it deserves. Because honestly, I don't know if Stage 1 really did it justice. This is a big tournament. This is massive. So many different countries, so many different regions, so many teams that signed up for this tournament to participate. And of course, more importantly, what's on the line, spots to go to the Asia Cup, to go to PGC. It is a massive tournament.
It's huge. This is PGC. This is what you build the whole year for. You create your rosters around being absolutely perfect so that you can win this event or, previous events as well, just to get enough PGC points so you can get to this point and make sure that the whole year was fun. It's just worth it,
Exactly. So, let's go to a little bit of a brief explanation, of course, as to sort of how we've gotten to this position. We started off with 128 teams, again, many different countries, Australia, Indonesia, the Philippines, the list goes on. And obviously 6 games played. Vikendi's made its way into the map pool. We then went to 64, then 32, and of course we get down to the 16 that remain. Of course, Russell, you were involved with that round of 32. What were your sort of thoughts heading into it?
Round of 32 was crazy because that's when you get all the good teams there. You get the stacked lobbies, right? You don't really get that in 64 or 128. So you get the stacked lobbies in round of 32, and then you have upsets as well. You have more on the line in round of 32. Teams that have expectations to make it don't make it in round of 32. But I mean, AAP was definitely the standout for me in round of 32. They were absolutely insane. So looking forward to seeing them in action.
As already sort of mentioned briefly, there's a lot happening in terms of what these teams are fighting for and fighting for. One of them, though, of course, is the money. We'll go to the prize pool. It's not probably the most massive prize pool in the world, 5,000 USD. So 2,000 for first, and then basically you take 500 off all the way to 4. So really finishing top 4 is the result you want for a multitude of reasons, Russell. You've got the money, you've then got Asia Cup, and if you can finish in that first place, your chance of going to PGC obviously increases.
I've just realized there's really 2 battles going on here. There's the battle between the midfield teams for money, and then there's the battle for PGC points as well. Like there's actually kind of 2 battles going on. So there's a lot on the line for all 16 teams here.
Yeah. No, all right. Let's move into what was the PCR 1 points. A bit of a refresher, of course, Russell, which feels like a lifetime ago now. PCR 1 does it. And obviously a lot has changed since then. We've got a new map. There's been team roster changes, but more importantly, for these teams, they've kept their points. ExoClan 740 for finishing first back in PCR 1, AAP second, third, obviously, and you can continue on. And those that are on 0 points either didn't pick up any points, obviously didn't get to participate in PCR 1. I guess for them, Russell, it does make it very difficult to think, how do you get to PGC? It's either impossible if you're on 0 points, or something crazy has to happen.
Well, that's what I mean by there's 2 battles going on, because those are the guys that have pride and dignity on the line, but there's also a chance that if they do make top 4, they get a little bit of that prize pool. So even if you're on 0 points, it's like, okay, what can we do in this tournament? There's some money on the line. Let's just give it our best shot, because it matters. So yeah.
Yeah, it obviously does matter, and for those teams, at least there's something to fight for, as you said. And more importantly, if you do finish in the top 4, then you go to Asia Cup, which is at least another big tournament, more money on the line, etc. So something big there. We'll go to the head-to-head. No surprises with the 2 teams that we've gone with for today. It's 1 and it's 2 from PCR 1, ExoClan and Archangel Predator. And of course, big changes to this ExoClan roster back from PCR 1 to now. Insight Monty joining a couple of months ago alongside Akita and Rip. Of course, Insight Monty absolutely filled with experience.
Incredible experience, and I mean, Monty has shown himself to be incredibly formidable, at least in the round of 32, and obviously Insight brings a ton of experience to a roster where you have players like Rip and Akita that need that little bit of a helping hand, because they are, not that experienced. But again, Monty has shown himself to be formidable, even though he retired and has now come back to play, I don't know, permanently, maybe just for a little bit of fun. Either way, he's here and in a great shot at qualifying for PGC. What a crazy story of events that would be if he just just comes back for fun and quals for PGC. It'd be kind of insane.
Yeah, and obviously for Exo Clan, considering they've already got 740 points from finishing first back in PCR 1, they're in a really, really solid position. And obviously it means if they do finish first again, there's no outliers, there's no other calculations. I'll just go with calculations. There's no math involved, basically. They finish first, they go to PGC. It's as simple as that. For other teams, there is calculations involved, and then you bring out the maths book. Let's go to AAP, though, our second team, of course, to look at, and a team that has been together for what feels like at least 5 years, 6 years now, Russell. These guys have stuck fat through the good times, through the bad times, and there has been times in this roster's history where they haven't been able to qual from this sort of like rest of SEA region, and other times, of course, where they have been able to represent, make it to the big league. So, look, honestly, second PCR 1 puts them in good stead for PCR 2.
Yeah, these guys, you said it. We were talking about them being around at Zemo. I mean, probably. I can't really remember back then, but yeah, absolutely. And they're 4 incredible fraggers. So, I mean, they can dominate in SEA. I really want to see what they can do overseas, kind of like have a Buriram kind of run where they actually do really well overseas. I reckon they could actually make that happen. So, I mean, I'm hoping for a good tournament, but if they qual, I'm hoping they do well overseas.
We'll see if they can get there first. Of course, a lot has to be played, and where we're going to be doing the majority of the playing. It's not just Erangel, and it's not just Miramar. Of course, Taego made its way back in at the start of the year. Now Vikendi joins as well, and we play 6 maps a day. I don't know if we've played 6 maps a day ever since we had, Sandhawk maybe back in like 2019, Russell, and then we kind of dropped back to about 5 maps a day. So we're back to 6 a day, means, of course, over the course of the weekend, this will be the same schedule every day. Day 1, then day 2, then day 3, 18 maps played. You get your fair share of Erangel, your fair share of Miramar, but a lot of games have to be won on the likes of Taego and Vikendi.
Yeah, and there are teams that will have much better games on those new maps than they will on, say, Miramar. Miramar's a map where some teams will be like, okay, we kind of suck on this one, so let's hope that Taego, Vikendi go well for us. But yeah, we have to do 6 games now. There's a couple new maps that have been introduced. We have to account for them. I don't mind it because we usually jump in between 5 and 6 anyway. I know 5 is nice, but sometimes you just got to do 6.
Yeah, it's been a little while, hasn't it? I think also how teams are going to sort of adjust for Kendi has had some changes since its original inception into just the game itself. But of course, coming now into competitive, it's a map that I think a lot of players and teams probably aren't going to be necessarily too fond of. I know Taeko, of course, has basically had nothing but positive reception ever since it got introduced into the map pool. It's played well. It's been fun. I've liked what I've seen from that, but I do have my worries about Vikendi. Do you share the same concern, Russ?
I do. And when we get into the Vikendi game, I can tell you why with, visual examples. But Vikendi hasn't received positive feedback, let's say that much, because of the mechanics that have been introduced alongside the map. And the terrain, like I said, I'll be able to give you visual examples, but the terrain is not as fun, not as kind of engaging to play around as some of these other maps. It feels a lot like Sandhawk as well, where you take a 4v4 and then 2 minutes later you've got 2 other teams behind you that are also trying to get in on the action. So it can be quite rough for these teams.
All right, well, we're not going there just yet, so we'll save your thoughts and leave that for later on. For now, we begin Erangel, the old classic, the map that everyone loves and cherishes from the heydays of PUBG. It's where we begin, of course, the first 2 maps to be played here, and then we start to branch out a little bit more. There is the KFC promotion, which I saw on Twitter the other day, or X, or whatever it's called. There is Mr. Colonel himself. So obviously we know PUBG has always been branching out with its promotions as of recent over the last couple of years.
It has been. It's doing its best to put itself back on the map. Player base is in a pretty good spot, I mean, all things considered, but it's not at its peak, and maybe a KFC sponsor could get it back to the 3 million concurrent. I guess we'll just have to see. Pretty fair playing path all the way down the middle. Interesting to see if there's any hot drops in a round of 16 with so much on the line. I don't think there will be, as I'm just keeping my eye out. Looks like a couple of teams going towards military. There's another introduction, actually, Jake, you should be aware of. No longer does the circle have to touch the plane path, which has created
I saw that, a while ago.
Yeah, very rough shifts. Let's just say that for a couple of these games. But I mean, I'm all for it. I think it changes up the. I'm for it. I think it changes up the meta in just a slight enough way to force a little bit more out of these teams, but doesn't shift the meta too much. You kind of keep the fundamentals and how you play around the circles, but it's just slightly different. So yeah, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're probably saying now, from now, the fact that you're in the casting position, not from the playing position as a core player. And
Potentially.
You think about how much experience you've had with this sort of knowledge, and that knowledge is now sort of defunct. That's probably something where you go, oh, I'm not sure about that.
That's the thing is, I don't think much of the knowledge is defunct, because you have your fundamentals, all your rotational fundamentals, all your team play fundamentals, they remain the same. It's just now the circle is in a position where you might have to use one more than the other, or you might have to kind of expand your knowledge on, say, rotations. Rotations is the easiest example. You might have to try different rotations out now. You might have to, maybe you're not used to wide wrapping because you play central all the time, or you play close to the plane path all the time, but now you have to get more knowledge on how to play those wide wraps. So that's what I mean. It changes up the meta a little bit, forces some teams to maybe think outside the box just that bit more, but it doesn't change up what these guys know, which means we can stay to the fundamentals of PUBG.
Yeah, so we'll see if it does add a little bit more of that unpredictability, which, I mean, I guess PUBG in a nutshell already probably has quite a lot of that anyway. Titan Foxy. So I did go and have a look at obviously the teams and ran my eyes over a lot of these squads, Russell. And firstly, there's a vast majority of players from pretty much the SEA region and along with Oceania, which of course there's a large contingency of Australian teams. I think it's like 7 of the 16 have made it from Australia, and a lot of the names are obviously quite familiar. There are a couple that definitely are new names to me, which is always good. You want a mix of old and new, and I think Titan Fox is certainly one of the newer names that I haven't quite had my eyes on before previously.
Yeah, neither have I. It's definitely, I mean, I kind of expect to be able to recognize these names, having done lots of APAC recently, but it seems there's just this constant rotation of talent in APAC that I can never keep up with. There's always some new team that blows me away with how they're playing, and there's always, we do constant APAC scrims and APAC tournaments with Prem League and things like that, and there's always these teams that just kind of pop off, and it's very hard to keep up with, but I mean, I'm excited. If Titan is going to give us a great show, then I'm here for it.
So VIP Esports, Fury, One Tap, Tassie, certainly names that have been around obviously a lot longer, and names that we are aware of. Slow start to this one. Opening kill actually did, of course, go the way of Titan Foxy. Pinatos Esports, one that did well back in PCR1. Carbs is a player that obviously is well known and has been well known for a long time. Northern Circle up towards the top, towards Severny for this opening map for PCR2. Crazy 9 down to 15 health, a little bit of a divot, and he has to take a bit of a detour and straight in towards Fury. Of course, one of the top teams. It's not really the best of starts. Nikus and Luke both get one. Carbs gets out, but he loses his life. And well, in the end, that's actually a pretty quick squad wipe and a really good, successful start for Fury. They'll get the revive as well, or maybe not.
Fury. Oh, yeah, you're right.
That's looking a bit dangerous.
I think they've got it. Luke's being carried on Cal's back right now, running into the warehouse. So I think they've secured it. That's a great start for Fury. 4 free points. That's a lot of momentum gained. And they're one of the teams that, they have to pull off the win, really, if they want to qualify for PGC. So they need that, all they can get. But for Pindados as well, I mean, they're a team that, I mean, I talked about One Core briefly before we started about how maybe they're potentially another team that, in a very low chance could qualify for PGC, but Pindados is a team that is very heavy on the fragging side of things and could find themselves high up in the placement if they really put their mind to it. But they are dead last now, so not this game.
You did mention for Fury, obviously for what they've got to accomplish, well, they need to finish first, and if they do, then Archangel Predator second or lower, Exo third or lower. Those are the stipulations, if you will, for Fury to qualify for PGC. Of course, finishing third back in PCR1. And so for them, it's a matter of, okay, finish first, but other things also have to go their way for them to find a way to get to PGC. So they've got a little bit of work to do. They've got a little bit that has to go their way. You can see the map there briefly up towards northern side. A couple of teams already in good positions there. Fury, the main one, at the warehouse. But what we know with this location, Russ, is that eventually, as the game progresses, if it continues to shrink onto that warehouse, it does kind of become a bit of a death hill, and you can get a lot of teams that like to send it in there. Makes it hard to stay alive and to survive in that location.
The crucial decision is always, okay, when do we regroup and on which location do we regroup? I kind of like what Fury's doing now. They're having 3 at the warehouse, probably a byproduct of the crash, but they're just keeping Hiker in what I believe is called Mickey Mouse, just solo for the moment. So 3 on the warehouse, which I feel like is the position you want to bolster. Hiker's position is not as, it's not as of much value just yet, and he can always leave. Hopefully he has his car parked and ready to go if a breach does come his way. But if you look at the map stream, I believe LPL_play is the place to be for that one. You can see that there are still like half the lobby, if not more, who are yet to move into this circle. So Fury's not going to have any breaches so far. One call, Panic and a couple other teams who are already in the center of the zone are going to have free reign for the moment. And all these other teams, they're coming in late. So I'm thinking probably they're going to collide on the edge.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing as well that might actually play into the favor for Fury in the long portion of this game. If teams are coming in late, playing edge, fighting edge, then suddenly that's also a lot less teams that are having to send it. But also using that exact same notion and playing devil's advocate, if you are then coming in late and you already have a bunch of teams fighting on the edge, you kind of have to send it through, send it past. Where do you go? Well, the warehouse is a good position to kind of send it into, try and fight for that location. So we'll see how it does pan out and translate later in the game. 7.5 minutes already into this one to begin. Of course, another 2.5 minutes before we even get to phase number 2. But typically with these kind of tournaments, it's basically a weekend tournament, if you will. You need to start well. I mean, I say it probably every single time. It's only 18 games that actually get played. If you don't start well, we don't really see too often teams bring it back, especially if you're not one of the, say, big 3, right? If you're not a Fury, if you're not an Exit Clan, if you're not an AAP, it's going to be very difficult. So starting well, so important. You obviously get off to a good start, get your feet wet, get into some form. And obviously for Fury, perfect start, 4 kills, 4 alive, and good position. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start.
You really can't. And as you were saying, PUBG is a momentum-based game, but it also can go very badly in the opposite direction. If you start slow, then it can be a very slow tournament. You do not want to be coming up from behind, because I mean that's often the place where mentals are in the bin. You're kind of struggling with morale. It's looking rough. You're constantly thinking about points on the leaderboard. Trust me, I've been in that situation. It's not fun to overthink everything. It's you really need to start well. Give yourself that buffer, so that if you do have a bad couple games, you're still in the running to at least have a chance at qualifying. So yeah, Fury off to a great start, but now we're looking for other teams to have a great start. Pindato's there on the opposite side of that momentum, but there's a couple teams in good positions here to potentially have the same kind of start that Fury had. Irrelevant here on the north in a compound that for the moment I think is fine, but I kind of would like to see them spread out a little bit. I mean, you can see the limitation of the information they have. I assume they're kind of just banking they'll be able to play up the hill with cars later on, but if this goes south, it could be quite rough for them. Here we go.
Yeah, Suspect down early. Trick getting the opening one there for 1 call. These are the kind of fights that 1 call need to be winning cleanly. Panic, though, a very, very good team. And I think 5th at the moment in terms of the PCR 1 standings for PGC points. Suspect down, not ideal. Can't just rush out, go for the revive. Smoke's available. You can play off these yellows quite well, and you can also block a lot of sight lines if you do get these smokes out early enough. I think more importantly, though, there wasn't a full stack from 1 call. It was a 2 split. And so you get that knock. If you can't flush it immediately, you don't want to over-aggress and push into that when you haven't got the full team. And also, it's probably not worth pushing into that location, again, this early on. So, yeah, you get the knock. You do also kind of wound Panic a little bit. You get some information from it, but not much more can be done for 1 call. And I think they make the right call.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. APAC is obviously a region known for the aggression, as Jeff will secure a couple tags, but nothing more than that. APAC is a region known for aggression, known for chaos. Every time we spectate one of these tournaments, we're always in the midst of like a 5-team kind of pile up. It's chaos. We can barely make sense of what's going on. But in the round of 32, and from what I'm seeing here, it looks like everyone is playing it very kind of standard, at least for the moment. Lots of 2-2s, lots of very, tempered kind of expectations as to the fights that you want to take. No one's taking any crazy risks at the moment. And maybe that's because there's enough OCE teams in the lobby to make it have that feel. Obviously, OS plays a lot more standard in comparison to SEA. But yeah, I like it. I like when APAC teams actually give themselves a chance to get into the late game and put on a show, because I just hate it when they die early to useless fights. I mean, there's all that. 1 call absolutely could have taken that fight, right? And just, it would have been classic SEA, but not this time around. There's too much on the line right now.
Well, especially if you get kind of just that sort of bloodshot and you think, okay, we get the knock, it's a 2-on-3. Do we want to take position, call the other 2 in from their position to come and back us up? Rather, they actually flip the script a little bit. Yeah, they get the knock, but then they go back to the other 2. So this is interesting, though. Roman kill. Well, when you're parachuting that close to another team, you're probably bound to get a tag. And Pivy does land one there on the dipskirt. Panic, of course, they were able to get that revive on to Suspect. More importantly, they keep their location too. Not exactly a super premier spot, not with this kind of circle, especially if it continues to shift towards that Yasnaya Pond section. If it does kind of come back up north, though, for phase 3, that will help them in the long run. Fury, Waikik Kamukau has been kind of playing this more bridged out roll up north away from the warehouse. He's just kind of keeping an eye on this position, making sure no one's able to push up. Can he get some damage in, get some shots? And really kind of goes to show you with these kind of players with the experience of Waikik Kamukau, what they can do when they do push out. A lot of other players that don't have that experience probably don't play that location. They probably sit a bit deeper, sit on the main building, but he pushes out, he gets space. And with that, you get map control.
Yeah, it's so crucial for Cal to be in this spot right now because Fury need to defend their edge. They need information about who's close to them. As we were talking about earlier, it's very... well, their spot is very breachable. So for Cal to be in this spot right now, not taking any damage, causing pain to RS, yeah, it's phenomenal. And I'd like to see Fury playing like this. This is what every team in this lobby needs to be playing like. You need to get that spot in the center, get control, get that 2-2 going that you'd love to get going, and then see where you can spread out. Because if you get in spots like this, you get to dictate to all the teams around you how they are going to play it. And right now, I mean, you can see RS have no idea what's going on. Now they're finally like, okay, we're in a terrible spot. Let's get in cars. Let's get out of here. They might opt to go and breach Cal, but they could also just opt to go straight to the west, straight towards Taverny. Or Taverny, sorry. Cal, yeah, they went for it. They're going to take his spot, but it's still very good that Cal was able to at least pressure them, because now Luke can kind of bounce off his aggression, and Cal can even stay around. I mean, you can see it. He's forced them into the bowl that he owned before, and now look at the space that Luke and Cal are able to gain themselves. This is phenomenal.
Yeah, Dean's still down, and Fury sensing that they can capitalize on this position, knowing that they've got Niku still at the warehouse. No one's going to be able to backfill in, so Fury can push up, be aggressive. It is only the 3, but they've got the knock, so technically 3v3 as it stands. Throw these nades in. Hike are going to go for an underarm. That's going to maybe fall short. And now this is where you got to be a little bit cautious of the fact that Irrelevant have actually got an angle on this location. So you don't want to overstep the mark now, get too aggressive, take the fight, because if you're standing on top of the hill, you can be seen by the likes of Irrelevant. Hike, though, does get a quick knock onto Mr. Flank. So 2 down at the moment for Red Sea, and it's just smoke everywhere. They can't really see anything. Haven't got eyes on Fury. Nikos has got a really good position. He's joined the fight. So he's given up a warehouse, mainly due to the fact phase 3 shift has moved away. So either way, that warehouse, it's irrelevant now. You may as well get the kills, get the points, then you can have to rotate into next zone anyway.
This is so beautiful from Fury. Cal was in that spot. He forced them to put 3 members just to try and deal with Cal. And then as soon as they were stuck on that little plateau that Cal's looking at now, they surrounded them. Nico one side, Cal and Luke on the other side, Hiker somewhere in the middle. Irrelevant causing little bits of trouble, but not too much. Nades keep coming in and they keep destroying Red Sea. There's only a couple left alive just below Cal. Eventually, you can imagine that Fury will go in for the killing blow. Irrelevant seems to be on the side still, so maybe they could cause more problems in the future, but for now it's all Fury, and it's all off the back of the position that Cal had.
Spray from Hike is perfect onto a pick, and Fury have just completely dominated this fight. Irrelevant opting to rotate in behind them rather than pushing straight in. Really smart from Irrelevant. They take position. Cal's been knocked. So suddenly for Fury, this is where it's like, okay, you've kind of gotten your rewards. You're up to 7 kills. You've cleaned out this position. But in terms of the long run of the game, Irrelevant have played for that. They've played for position. Now they can actually kind of block them, get a bit of a gatekeep onto Fury's position rather than trying to just rush in and take the fight immediately. They've actually played this quite well, quite smart, a little bit slower pace from Irrelevant, but I think in the long run, it's going to benefit them.
Yeah, it could be disastrous for Fury as AAP fall. Oh my god, to EXO as well. They were the 2 teams in the lobby that I casted. They were going at it the whole time. All 12 games, it felt like they were fighting each other, and that has remained the same here. This time, EXO coming out on top. Fury playing it smart with 8 kills. They're just getting the hell out of there. They realized that they gave up their position to Irrelevant. Whether they thought that was going to come in or not, doesn't really matter. They got out of there. They did lose Hiker for it. Probably that team nade from, I believe, Luke onto Cal, or vice versa. That definitely didn't help. Maybe Cal or Hiker would have kept his life if that wasn't the case. Either way, finding themselves in on the edge, but there's so much action going on this edge specifically, the eastern edge, fighting through these warehouses. Bandits, they're a team that did quite well in the round of 32. And obviously a little bit of OS bias. Right now, they're kind of stuck in between, well, 2 teams at the moment, but looking like there's still a good shot for them to get out of this.
Yeah, a bit rough. They came in quite late, so they were kind of one of those edge teams rotated up from the southern side of the map and never quite got themselves into a set position. And yeah, you lose one, then another one's down. Suddenly it's all a bit scrambly for the game. But this is the kind of rounds and where you've got 3 kills. It's been a bit hit and miss, but you kind of just can scrape some points together. Placement points are going to be hard to come by unless someone goes for a ranked tank. As Akita up at the warehouse, he's getting pushed on. Nicely done for Mikey Kamuka. Nikus is just getting stuck. He can't make his way in towards the shack. And no, Cherry, the one just kind of peppering him from a distance, gets the knockdown onto Nikus. Fortunately, Cal was able to get in before, and he can get the revive off. And I mean, to be fair, it depends on what Rip's going to do here. Watching him in the distance, if he comes towards this warehouse, he could spell the end of the game for Fury. Has no frag grenade though. Molotov, only one, has to get it through the window and fails to do so. Now pushing out Waiki Kamukau. The way he's playing this, he's a little bit slow in terms of Rip's position. Now he holds the angle off of the Dacia. Lands an initial tag, 71 damage immediately from Cal. Forces Rip to just go prone. They've got 2-on-1 here. This should be an easy sweep. Coming in though from inside to save the day against his former teammate. And Nikus and Waiki Kamukau have been flushed out, Monty and Rip, and that's a big win for EXO, wiping out both AAP and Fury early on, game 1.
That's absolutely huge. Their competition gone, just out of the server completely. And I don't know what happened to AAP, but that was the result of Fury not having much time to find themselves a spot in this circle, getting themselves, or forcing themselves really into a fight on the edge, resulted in them not having any time. And then EXO was able to fully take advantage of that. They would have been over much quicker as well if Rip was able to get that molly in. But from that distance, well, I mean, you'd expect him to hit it, but not this time around. Either way, EXO, yeah, what a great start for them. 1 call, team that I pinned to be a little bit of an underdog, eyeing EXO out. But right now they have 0 kills in stark contrast to both Fury, EXO. I mean, they're on an edge where they can really capitalize on a lot of the chaos that's happening as well. They just have to play these balls, play the high ground perfectly. It can be quite difficult, but I don't really see much competition for them around the edge that they do have. Irrelevant's kind of just being incredibly passive behind them, so EXO could fall to them any moment.
Yeah, you can see them on that left-hand side of the screen for 1 call. So pushing in, you kind of look at the main compound that from the future Scott, that's going to be a central figure, you would imagine, for the remainder of this game. That's a very difficult one to push in, especially when there's multiple teams around the Yazzie pond, around that left-hand side where it's quite an open field. As you said, there's some dips, there's some bowls. Kind of have to just really take some scrappy fights from here. And the fact that EXO still have 3 up, Monty 5 of 7 of the kills to begin as well. Talk about making a statement here to start. 4pig under a lot of pressure from Tenax. By the way, Tenax probably one of the other teams as well. Early on, they sent Rain out top Yazzie Pond, so he was a bit more of an aggressive scouting position. So they're benefiting from that. That's why they're in this position at the moment. Yes, still inside of the circle. Playing off of the cliff, really strong position just north of the Yaznaya Pond. So if you're able to get on the front foot early, play for position, take those aggressive positions, you will get rewarded. And that's exactly why Tenax in a good spot. 10 teams remain, so getting close to that cutoff, getting close to the final 8 teams, and EXOClan are just going to send it. And I don't know where, maybe try and find a dip in front of 1 call. Rip though, he loses his life to Cherry. That's a wonderful shot. 4 kills now for Tenax, and 1 call will actually benefit. So from no kills to just like that, they get rid of Inside Monty. EXOClan get no placement points from this game. 1 kill short of Fury, and well, I mean, a start from 2 of the favorites that couldn't have been better. 8 and 7 kills respectively from both of them, but no placement points.
Sent it straight to the lobby, Jake. That's where they sent it to. And now Tenax are looking to push up towards VIP, holding the rocks. It's hard for VIP to really peek over these rocks because from the future upside the compound, it's going to be an absolute pain, and that allows Jeff to get a nade like that off. Although Speedy does get flushed in return. So Tazzy with the martyrdom. Jeff here still trying to get something done. Jeff was phenomenal in a couple of O's tournaments leading up to this. He was really the guy leading the charge for the team, leading by example, and he was fragging out as well. He wasn't just the IGL, he was absolutely exceeding all expectations when it comes to kill numbers for Jeff. Doesn't look like he's going to slow down in the most valuable of tournament. And VIP go just like that, falling to too many teams. Tenax, I mean, that's one of the spots where, oh, well, that's not a good spot to go down. Jeff is probably going to die there, but for the moment, I was going to say it's one of the spots where pushing is probably better than holding, as you saw with VIP. But now I think 1 call is probably just inevitable. They have this spot. It's a fantastic spot with the Elephant not doing anything as well. I mean, Flex, you can see him there. he doesn't really want to push up. So One Call have all this space to themselves. And if you're a team like Tenax, you're a team like EXO who are behind, stuck in that open field underneath those treetops, then yeah, you're free game for One Call.
Yeah, One Call played this well. You know, not sort of overplaying their hand, not just rushing based on the circle pushing in towards that main compound for From the Future. They've kind of just held their position, cleared it out as much as they possibly can. The vision that they've actually got, utilizing that first and foremost, and then kind of just slowly pushing forward, not rushing it, not just sending it. And honestly, a stark contrast to what we would see from the SEA region years ago, where it would just be all about finding a vehicle, sending it in and trying to get main center position. Now they're happy to play the edge a little bit more. And obviously, as you said, One Call, they're a solid team with experience. Panic basically on the other side of them, playing off of the very base of the Stalber Hill. Do have RAK close by. No kills yet for Panic. Of course, they're being kind of, though, in the mix this whole game after Suspect got knocked early by One Call, who then fell off of that position. Irrelevant quiet too, up on the northwestern side of the circle, now just making their way towards the base of the Stalber Hill, which can be a bit of a safety point for a lot of these teams playing in and around the rocks. As finally One Call will just get in the Darcy and send it. Obviously the blue kind of forcing their hand, not a lot more that they could do. Everyone else was able to kind of go towards Stalber. They had to send it towards the main compound From the Future. Benefiting from that, even though Delta Mix did get knocked, they've been able to get the majority of the kills to go in their way. Gibberin up close, should be an easy spray with the M4 for Who, and that will be an easy wipe in the end for From the Future. One call, 7th place, and in the end, didn't quite get a lot of kills. They only get the 1 placement point. While they played well, and I think they had actually really good fundamentals, they weren't able to probably capitalize the way we saw from the Lacta Fury and EXO clan. Cherry just able to barely stay alive. It's been a good game from Tenax. How much more can they get from it?
Yeah, the survivability on Tenax right now. Rain will fall to Irrelevant off in the distance. He'll lose his life, but yeah, that breach from One Call allowed Cherry to run straight into this compound, and he's been a highlight for me on Tenax. Absolute highlight. His mechanics are absolutely beautiful to behold, and now he's got a chance to show us them even more, although it is 4 From the Future, an incredibly good team. As they push closer to his house, it's going to be harder and harder to deal with them as they group up ever closer. But if he's got the right utility, then maybe it could be quite easy. They can all run up the stairs, get double naded, triple naded. If he's got a molly, then it's also very good. Panic, they're a team that like to show up in the late game. Just pop up out of nowhere. Didn't really know that they were there.
Shot
but right
flex.
now, yeah, not quite the late game we're looking for. Pivy will show himself either way. Roman Kill and Panic have been stuck in between those rocks you were talking about with not much action. All the action was happening on the side of the zone they are not a part of. They're all just playing survival games, waiting for placement points, waiting for, well, the action to happen around them, and then they can kind of capitalize on it. But the action is kind of in their face at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately for Panic, they're just getting sandwiched here. Irrelevant are able to push up because for a moment, and probably for a good couple of minutes, From the Future had to keep their eyes on Tenax. So we're able to kind of sneak into the compound. Now, though, as we can kind of see, shots coming from the Future towards Irrelevant. So they're also starting to get peppered a little bit. Roman Kill also got eyes on both Panic and Irrelevant. So it's going to be a very difficult proposition for both Irrelevant and Panic to get out of this location. It's just a matter of who can survive a little bit longer, who can maybe steal a couple of points here and there From the Future. They got Ryan that's just snuck up from Titan Foxy, so they're trying to deal with him. So everything pretty much pointing to an FTF win to begin this game. You know, getting this compound early on, it's got a couple of hard shifts onto it, forcing these teams that were playing the Yazzie Pond to push up out of these open fields makes it difficult. We haven't seen too many full sends as a group of 3 or a group of 4 onto this compound because you kind of want to play the long game, and that just means now that From the Future, all the players that are actually remaining on the map, they're all injured, they're all low. Easy kills here for Delta Mix. Man as well gets involved, and Ryan and Hen will fall for Titan Foxy. Down to the final 4 teams remaining, one of which is down to 1 player left standing. And anyway, for Panic Esports, Kens gets knocked. It's more blood being caused at the hands of From the Future. Irrelevant though, they clean up, they get some kills here onto PNC along with Roman Kill. So Panic are gone, 4th place for them, but Irrelevant, to their credit, they've been able to benefit by coming in late onto that 3rd party and really punishing Panic.
You know what's crazy is Panic had the high ground on Roman Kill in phase 1 or 2. Panic were at the dog sheds, and Roman Kill had emergency parachuted their way into the low ground, which is not the position you want to be in phase 1 or phase 2 at least. You want to have some sort of fighting viability. Irrelevant fall, but the tables are flipped. It's Roman Kill now in the top 2. Panic were the ones caught out of position. They were maybe too passive for too long. Roman Kill were able to slip past, and now they have the high ground. They have the rocks. And while they'll be in, what they're in on is not from the future. Definitely loving this circle a lot more than Roman Kill. It's not over yet though, but that Ken's loss as he pushed himself up the hill and wasn't able to get back down, that could really come and bite them in the back. But for the moment, we're not quite at that point yet.
Yeah, I think really two contrasting games here. One, the old classic, you know, kind of main compound gets fed, you sit in, it's kind of difficult to push it. The other one is, you know, Roman Kill playing the sort of base of Stalba, pushing and fighting. That sort of trench warfare gameplay with Panic. It's that push and that pull. Who can get the play the rock positions a bit better? Who can eventually get high ground at the right time? As you said, you know, it's one thing to have high ground like phase 1, phase 2. Who cares? You want it phase 6 and 7. That's where it really is going to make a bigger dent in the game. So look, either way, I think for both of these two teams, whatever happens from here, a very successful game number 1. I don't see a world in which From the Future can lose it from here. So that's the onus now. The onus is on them to close this out, not allow Roman Kill to close the gap, get to these tree lines, play off the smokes, try and force a bit of a closer angle fight towards the fence line of this compound. You just cannot allow that to happen. You need to shoot them as they're coming down this hill. Obviously, phase 8 might end up centering between the two teams, but that main compound is still largely in, and it still means that Roman Kill are going to be forced in towards that open probably far earlier than will be the case for From the Future.
I'm kind of expecting From the Future to hop in some cars and extend just that little bit outside the compound. Right now, all 4 members are inside, but I know for certain that there are some trees you could extend out to and stay alive and just cause nuisance for Roman Kill, especially with the cover of people like Teddy, Delta Mix sitting inside these buildings. You could extend out to one of those trees in front of you, but I'm thinking more go east, go west, or sorry, north and south in this compound, and just get that, you know, perfect pincer on Roman Kill as they come down the hill, because they can smoke their way down and get just down to these trees right now. But if you had people all the way north, all the way south, with a car on a tree by themselves, that might be so much harder for Roman Kill to do. Who KDR is looking like maybe he wants to do something, but I don't even blame FTF for how they're playing it now. I think they have it in the bag no matter what.
Well, the thing is, what you're saying is not necessarily wrong, but if you do that, it's the sort of riskier way of probably finalizing this game. You send it to a tree, you're playing the solo position. If someone gets knocked, a really good shot is made by a player of Roman Kill, suddenly that player's now left on an island knocked, and it's basically 3 versus 3. So I like the way they're playing this. They understand that that compound's going to remain in for far longer, and even if they throw these smokes now, they're throwing them too early. Unfortunately, now these smokes are going to dissipate. You're going to run out of utility. You're going to run out of time. Phase 8, once that blue starts pushing them really off the hill completely, down to the bottom, they're not going to even still be in until they actually then get up and start moving forward. That's when you want those smokes. So hopefully for their sake, they've got a couple. Doughty still has 2 remaining. He needs these smokes. He needs to get to the tree. Then you need more to then get to the middle of this entire open field as well. So unfortunately for Roman Kill, they're just not going to have enough utility to get them into a safe position. From the Future, basically still sitting main compound. They're sitting in the building, playing the fence line. You just can't shoot back. So it's all about survivability. It's all one-way traffic. It's all really just shots from FTF. A couple of shots to try and pepper the window so that Teddy maybe gets off the angle. But yeah, I mean, it's more just sort of cover fire than anything. They're not really going to get knocks, get kills, unless they hit some ridiculous shots. Nice headshot of the mini from Dipskirt, but it's not going to do enough to obviously get the knock onto man. Half health, he'll fall, he'll just heal. FTS with the player advantage as well, with the position advantage, they should be able to get the chicken dinner from here.
I was going to say, now that I'm looking at it, man's angle is super deadly. It basically does what I was saying that they should do before, but with the safety of the compound. So as Roman Kill go tree to tree using their last smokes, they might even have to use some nade smoke, like some Counter-Strike action, just to get from one tree to the other. But I just don't think it's going to be enough. Juan falls, and the rest of them are probably going to follow. Even the Mark 14, so deadly. Not a chance that... I mean, Doughty had the decent position. I thought he might have had a chance using the barricade as well, but... Well, actually, they're in now. This is phase 9.
Truthfully, this brings us back. You've got to die blue at this point. I think they probably had to have realized, okay, and to be honest, they actually gave it a good red hot crack in the end. Actually, 1 kill goes the way of From the Future. The other one dies to blue, 1 soft nades, and obviously the player that was already knocked does eventually get finished off at the end there. So they make the right call. They just give up at that point. They did try. It's not as if they gave up immediately. Sometimes we see situations where we get down to a 4v3 at the end, 2 teams, and like one of the teams just immediately gives up like straight away. They actually gave it a red hot crack. They tried to get down the hill. Pretty much we evidently saw how difficult it was going to be. You run out of util. FTF got a still a little bit of favor with that phase 8 circle, keeping the western side of that compound still in for a little bit longer so they can get the shooting range up and about. But either way, credit to FTF, really, really good game from them to begin with. It's the old classic. Yes, it's a compound feed, but you still have to get the kills. You still got to deal with these rats pushing your compound. You still got to deal with teams driving around. You still also got to go out and get your kills, and you got to defend that compound.
Yeah.
You also then obviously have to pepper third party, do all of that. They got a bunch of kills from that game. I've seen teams in the past, Russell, play that position and get like 1 or 2 kills. So they pushed out. They got like 8 or 9 or something. It was a good game, and obviously I think you give the plaudits as well to Roman Kill. Playing that Stubber Hill's not easy, and they were able to eventually get high ground, get some kills, and second place is good.
It's fantastic, and we had an explosive early game as well with Fury and EXO. We didn't even get to see we didn't even get to see AAP. We saw nothing of them; they were just dead. So hopefully, game 2 we get to see some AAP because I really want them to continue form from round of 32. But yeah, congrats to FTF, and Roman Kill will be happy as well.
A lot more games to play, of course, another 5 games just tonight alone. We're going to a short break. When we come back, of course, map 2 will be on the other side.
Welcome to the update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new rank season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play Tourist again and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms, refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta and Stolber areas, and keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
So, from the future, take map number 1 here for PCR Season 2. Russell, a pretty old conventional way, sit in the building, get the job done through those circle feeds. But hey, we've all been there before. Every team's got them. And to their credit, they were able to branch out, get some kills, defend the compound as well. All is well and good. Decent game as well from Roman Kill, who were able to play base Stubble quite well. I thought we actually saw some really good things from the likes of Irrelevant, the way that they played. I loved their fundamentals and the game sense and understanding of map control and positioning. I thought that was all top notch. They got some good kills from it. Panic didn't do too much wrong. They just got kind of caught in the middle of a couple of other teams trying to make their way down Stalber. And obviously, as we saw at the start of the game, Fury and ExoClan just decided to come out guns blazing.
It was absolutely insane. Phase 1 really set the tone for the tournament. But I mean, Roman Kill, we saw they had that emergency parachute from Phase 1, I believe, and to end up in a second. That's kind of the best case scenario you could get out of an emergency parachute, unless you're going to win the game. So very good use of one of the new mechanics. So happy to see that.
Yep, as you can see on today's maps schedule, we head to Arankal one more time for today before we bid it farewell until tomorrow. Take over Kendi, Miramar. The fact that we're going to end up in a position where we are going to play 3 games on 3 different maps for map 3, 4, and then 5 before obviously we then double up on Miramar is just something we haven't really seen too much of, I guess, in PUBG, right? Usually if there's ever been that kind of third map, it's always in the middle, right? You play it once and then you go back to everything else. So what we are probably going to see, though, again, second game of Erangel. Do you see much of a change up from the likes of Fury and ExoClan, knowing that the lobby is playing this more kind of stagnated meta? They're kind of just playing a little bit slower, trying to take position. Are they then the ones that are like, hey, we'll just be the ones that go out swinging?
They could definitely be, if they see that the lobby is really kind of passive and slow. Again, stark contrast to what we're usually seeing from SCA. They could come out swinging. I mean, the positional, the space taking that they showed us game 1 was reminiscent of like the peak of Fury, right? Like what we want to see from them, really. So I'm hoping so, but they could also kind of fall back and just kind of end up being recluse. I mean, any team could be. They could just fall into that trap of being too standard, too by the numbers, right? And that's not really what wins you tournaments in PUBG. So
yeah, I mean, to be fair, the fact that Fury had the most assists in that game, despite going out as early as they did, probably speaks volumes to the dominance that they can have in these sort of gunfights. EXO probably wouldn't have been too far off. Of course, they ended up picking like 7 kills up. That pretty much happened, I think, all within the first 20 minutes of the game. So neither of those two factored in towards the end. AAP, they got wiped out early. They were a non-factor altogether. Of course, they lost out to EXoClan early in that game. And for everyone else, they were pretty much all just trying to play the position game, especially with the circle shifting around main compound north of Yasnaya Pond. It can get a bit tricky. It's a very open sort of area, part of Erangel. There are some tree lines to the base of Stalber, but that's about it. So it makes it a little bit annoying to sort of try and move around. A lot of teams ended up having to play edge, fight edge, and that can always be a little bit tricky because sometimes you end up in the middle, kind of like Panic, and you get third party quite easily. We head to Erangel once again for what will be our second map of Erangel, our last as well, unfortunately. If it was up to me, I'd probably just play 6 Erangels, but that's not the general consensus these days.
No, the 6 angles would be nice, but I think you have to admit at some point we'd get a little bit.
We probably would.
We probably would, but no, I kind of agree. Erangel is just like by far and away the best. It looks nice. It plays nice. It's just iconic. Yeah, it's just you can't dispute it. And every time they've tried, Erangel has remained on top. I hate Miramar as a player, as a caster. It's not even the way it plays; it's just the way it looks. Like the nice green of Erangel is just so calming. It's just I love it. And then you go to the drowsy like
dry desert, barren.
Get me out. Yeah.
You had a makeover.
Yeah. I mean, they kind of did.
Yeah, somewhat. But I think also the way it plays as well, fundamentally, that's the biggest issue for me with Miramar too. And I think we're in agreement there. Not everyone is in that. There are some that actually really enjoy Miramar and have probably had it become their favorite. Either way, let's go into game number 2. Southern Plain Path going across right to left. It's going to end up just over the quarry, which is where Fury have actually just sort of made their exit. Irrelevant over towards Sosnovka Island. They'll take military base. And of course, as you mentioned, with the circle no longer having to be attached to the plane path, this is where it can get a bit janky. If you have a southern plane path like this and you get a Savernia or a Stalber circle, it can be a little bit annoying for a lot of these teams.
I was going to say that was my first thought when when I saw this plane path was, okay, what if this goes north? Then it's going to be quite rough. But I mean, this is a map where the wide rotates are so telegraphed. You're going to... It's a gun from inside prison. So that was close. But yeah, I mean, the wide rotates are so telegraphed on this map that you just kind of go west Georgia Pole Bridge, or you go up the east coast. Either way. Oh, there we go. Shoe Horse, first down. Delta Mix will be happy with that. There's a gun firing his way, and a couple tags have been landed, but I don't think there's going to be any knock. No retaliation for Panic. They didn't have a great first game, and they are continuing that tradition into game 2.
Did get our circle pulp over towards the Gakka fields for this particular game. It's just all the way up towards the shooting range, so a bit of that Roshok River in the middle of the action. Not too much central though, a bit to the north, and EXO actually is still just making their way over towards Georgia Pool quite late. One still parachuting, Akita driving over, and the rest also driving over towards Georgia Pool, so they'll be able to play out of that position. Does kind of give them access to Everest as well, which is actually going to be quite decent for a circle like this. If you do want to play it, if it does also shift over towards the western side of the map, then you can actually benefit quite a lot from that. From the future on our screens here, and they obviously won the first game playing inside of a building. It might not be the case for them this time around, though. We'll see how they're able to play what will most likely be a little bit more of an open terrain kind of map, just over towards Yasnaya for them, making their way through the Yasnaya fields at the moment, which is not inside of the phase 1 circle, but plenty of time, of course, for them to loot up and eventually make their way in. Plenty of rotation options, as you said, too, on Erangel, which is one of the beautiful things about it. You can rotate just about anywhere quite safely, get to pretty much anything you want if you're within means, within range, and not too overly ambitious, and you can typically then play from there, and that's one of the more beautiful aspects of Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, the telegraphed play is, yeah, it's almost what makes it good. It's almost what gives it that familiarity. You kind of know what these teams are going to do, but then PUBG, of course, throws curveballs your way, and, well, you just have to deal with them. So, yeah, AAP on our screen. Well, they didn't have a great game 1, but they are very close to center. This is one of the reasons you choose Pachinki as your drop spot, and a team like AAP, as dominant as they are, they can maintain it. Going internationally, that's a completely different story, but right now, they can absolutely maintain it, and in a circle like this, it's going to give them a fantastic advantage. I'm looking towards that Gakka field right now, and Titan Foxy is the team that currently occupies that. They are a little bit split, though, so if AAP wanted to do kind of an early send, then they could probably catch one off guard or just claim a free position, but right now, it looks like they're just kind of looting up, or at least Nan is. I think Algin Bots is going off with the rest of his team to try and find something. Dean from Red Sea, scouting Alamo, and it is free right now. C1 Alamo, well, yeah, it's not the worst, but could get a little bit risky. You can definitely lose tires from someone like Pivy if you don't park your car correctly. But I think Dean is quite happy with his finds for the moment. Maybe he's even looking to set something up onto Panic if he can identify it as a potential weak split. I mean, they'll know. They would have looked at the kill feed and realized that Panic is down 1. So any team that gets a knock onto Panic, it could be go time.
Certainly could be. No action early on, only 4.5 minutes into this second game, though. And to be fair, looking at the map, it's quite separated between a lot of the teams early on. So I'm not really expecting too much in terms of sort of drive-bys or even making their way in to the next circle and having teams sort of collide. Only getting in late. I mean, sort of when you kind of read this sort of circle and sort of where you really want to go, positions like Potato Hill, probably more of a stopgap if you're coming in late from, say, Milta for like a Bandits, and maybe it's still open. A lot of teams are going to want Central, so you look at positions like Chopsticks taken, a lot of the Gakka Fields positions taken. Obviously, you know, you kind of look at Pachinki itself taken, so Pachinki Hill probably taken too. So a lot of those kind of central positions can get taken really early on a circle like this when a lot of teams are around Pachinki, around Gakka. I mean, even Ruins is already kind of taken as well. Carbs over there too for PE. So there's not a lot. EXO will just station up towards Everest. Good position for them. They can actually scout, get a lot of information, see what happens then for phase 2. And I think that's going to be the goal for a lot of teams at this point, is just see what phase 2 is going to bring to the table.
Oh, Luke 12 flying a little bit too close to the sun. Roman Kill telling him to get out of here. This is our Pachinki Hill. We want to use this as a scouting position, and they absolutely will. One call lights up the kill feed just a little bit. Tanax. Well, Jeff down, Cherry down. 2 of the highlights for me on Tanax. And one call. Oh yeah, they're definitely going to finish this off. Speedy's getting out of here. No point in trying to continue this fight. It is a lost cause. One call will claim Mini Potch for the moment. Devastating for to Nax, but one caller found themselves in a great position. That's just not what you want. You are devastated, and then 30 seconds later, you are hit with it again. It is not the best start for Speedy or Tanax. I'm trying to look for the fourth Tanax member. I got no idea where he is, but he's not going to be happy.
So parachute here for Panic Esports. We'll see where they opt to sort of land. You can kind of see how much vision you can really gain from up that high. Do have to be careful making your way in though, because obviously the likes of ExoClan, top of Everest, if they spot you, they can get some free shots in. You are a little bit vulnerable. Pentados Esports obviously had that position towards Ruins. They can play the yellows as well, extend out. You can get some really good map control around that region of the map. You can see obviously ExoClan having their eyes on that parachute. The emergency parachute utilized well from Panic. It was kind of used against them back in map 1. Now they get to use it here in map 2. 1 call, 2 kills early on for them. Certainly a good start. Had a good game in map 1, but probably weren't able to fully capitalize on the game that they had. Playing edge, had to push in late, send it to main compound, got pretty much lit up from that push. We'll see what they can achieve here. Just playing off the edge of the road, 2.5 minutes till phase 2. And yeah, somewhat of a quiet start. I mean, no teams eliminated inside the first 8 minutes. I think we had at least one eliminated back in game 1. And obviously we saw the likes of Fury and ExoClan putting a lot of pressure on early. They're a little bit more quiet so far to start this game.
They are, although there are a lot of teams getting very close to each other. It looks like, I mean, in a zone like this high ground, there's so much of it available that you may as well give it a shot and try and go for it. But it's causing these kind of little pot shot engagements to happen on the edge. Fury is a part of that, and it's going to be coming here on this northeastern side. I mean, you can see off to their south, there's more high ground, and it's taken right now. So if they fly too close to it, you can bet FTF is going to take some shots and tell them to get out of here. And it's just going to cause people to go around further than they would have liked to. And that's where we kind of get chaos. But this is a zone where the more you zoom in, the more space becomes available, I feel like. You look at it,
yeah,
it's like Gatka, okay, but then you zoom in on Gatka and you have the chopsticks, you have the ability for multiple teams to fit inside Gatka. It really is multi-layered like that. I like zones like this, especially if you go towards Gatka. Gatka fields can be quite entertaining, but we are nowhere near that right now. Fury have taken the compounds, and I'm wondering where Luke 12 is going to go. I mean, we saw it game 1. It's all about space taking for Fury.
Yep. I mean, it had to be pretty much the name of the game in this era, at this point in PUBG. If you don't go for space, you don't go for map control, you're probably going to get punished eventually. You can get into a bit of a pickle later on. A lot of Ruins battle happening here. Not often that Ruins is a bit of the main focus of a particular game of Erenkel. It's one of the more rarer locations that you will see teams sort of fighting for, but this is one of those rare circles where it actually isn't quite necessarily central, but close to it, not too far off. 35 seconds till phase 2. And more importantly, when you kind of think about what Ruins can sort of entail, it's a big area, lots of different ways that you can kind of hide between the rocks, between the Ruins itself. It can be quite safe, although obviously 1 kill goes the way of excess. So easy one there for Ashing home. 20 seconds away from phase number 2. Panic, by the way, obviously we saw them with the emergency parachute earlier. They ended up landing at Georgia Paul. And so they can kind of backfill in behind EXO, push up Everest if they want, or wrap around. They could take loot delivery if it goes up to the north. So they've got some options. They can also play the hospital side, push in on the left side of the Everest, push in through those buildings, which there are obviously a numerous amount of buildings towards the left side of Everest. We do get the circle pop, though. It does actually pertain to the southern side ever so slightly, and it does mean that those Gatka buildings that you were talking about before, Russell, especially those in and around Chopstick, for example, now become hot commodity.
Yep. Zoom in on the map, boys. It's all there for the taking. You mentioned EXO maybe leaving Everest and then Panic being able to backfill, but that's not going to happen on this circle pop. Panic are going to have to find something else because EXO definitely want to keep that. They got a good 2-2 split going with the Yellows and Everest. And now it's kind of just scram for the rest of these teams, try get in somewhere. And we know that there's a lot of space available, but you're going through places like Highway, all the way through the forests around Pachinki, and all that space on the edge is probably going to be taken. It's not going to be the easiest rotate. A lot of teams might opt for a wide rotate, wide south, wide north, but even that space is going to be taken as well. I can see Bandits going towards loot delivery. You can get teams like AAP sending it straight into Comet and Roman Kill. They're already here. They were here ages ago, and AAP may be the first team eliminated 2 games in a row. They need a miracle here, and Doughty healing might just be that.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a rough start for Archangel Predator. for PCR2. Game 1, lost the battle against ExoClan. Game 2, a bit of a tricky one here. Nade in towards the Wiz. He's actually not that bad, although it doesn't do a whole lot of damage onto Kens, despite basically exploding in front of his face. He's able to avoid the brunt of that damage. More fights here over towards the yellows. J.O. will push in, doesn't check his left-hand side, but he still wins the battle anyway. Gets the kill onto Hen. Hen actually got the headshot knockdown onto Hatchie, so he was holding the further door angle, hence why J.O. was able to kind of just run in, and Tanax have been wiped after a really solid game 1. They go out in last place here for game 2. Rain was the last one to fall. Potentially more fights on the cards here at the yellow, more reinforcement as well for Titan Foxy. Venatos have to get this revival to Hatchet as soon as possible.
Teams aren't playing around, dude. This is 2 4v4s going on within 100 meters of each other. That AAP and Roman kill fight is still happening in the background. Evil Patrick trying to bring it back from what looked like a pretty dodgy crash to maybe a successful breach for AAP. Titan Foxy, you're right. Reinforcements are here, but Pindados still have 3 up inside the yellow. A good nade will set it off for either of these teams right now. Throw it into the building, hope for the best. Yeah, maybe blow off the door. You can see he brought the nade out. He's thinking about it, but so many times recently have I seen people get nades out, peek a door just like this, or a window just like this, and get knocked for it. But this time around, he knows he's safe. He's throwing it through a smoke. And actually smart play from Pindados, grouping up, leaving the building. They don't want to get naded, so they're going to take this fight from a different angle.
Yeah, group up, they get the revive, they push out, but Ryan actually catches the maybe off guard with the FAMAS through the window, and does actually get the knockdown onto J.O. Brings it back. Not too much of a favoritism position,
Yoink.
but still, yeah, Yoink stolen by Akita. And that pretty much sends alarm bells ringing for Pindados, and they have to probably get out of here if they possibly can. All that is another option to maybe force the fight with Titan Foxy, but another really solid knockdown from Ryan. He wasn't able to get the reward for the first knock. Seven then ends up flashing himself. Ryan pushes in. Ooh. I tell you what, he's put that FAMAS to really good work. 2 out of 3 kills for him. Not too bad, of course. 1 stolen by Akita. And he'll happily confirm the 2 for Titan Foxy. And not ideal for Pindados, as they actually now in the bottom 3. Two rough games to begin on Erangel. 13.5 minutes. That means we get phase number 3. Shrinks up towards the north, keeps ruins in ever so slightly. More importantly, what it does though is it cuts out a lot of those buildings south of Chopsticks. There's a lot of buildings around that vicinity. Chopsticks as it is in, but it's on the edge as well. So you can you don't necessarily look at that as a safe haven, because you can get stuck in it. Pushing out of it, not ideal. So there's no longer a long-term position. ExoClan, of course, made their presence known earlier. Shots from Akita. Red Sea, they've tried to push up, but maybe just momentarily have been pushed back.
Bro, Akita's just holding this. EXO have a 1-1-1. They're 4-man split right now, and Akita's just chilling on this ridge, defending it from the entirety of Red Sea. Panic on his side as well. He's doing his best to LOS them, all while trying to deal with Red Sea. And Red Sea are pushed back. This is the second time they've seen Red Sea.
He should have help though. He should have help. The likes of Monty should have angles. He does. Yeah, so it makes it hard.
Yes, it does. But still, I mean, it's a risk, absolutely a risk. This is the second time we've seen Red Sea be pushed away from, well, I mean, it's not just Cow, he's not just one man, but he's got some help. But it's a similar situation to what we saw game 1.
Yeah.
And that's EXO doing what EXO do best. They don't give up space just like that. They will not fall. They will get the reinforcements there. They know how valuable space like that is, and they'll fight for it. And most of the time, they're able to win it or come off better. This fight between Roman Kill and AAP is still going on.
It does take so much focus as well from EXO to play that kind of split. You got to make sure you're not getting pushed from behind, you're not getting flanked, there's no rats, there's no snakes pushing your position. So for them to be able to get out of that position with all 4 players intact, get a couple of knocks, get a couple of kills, always ends up being a big win. More importantly, still keep position, especially towards Everest, which is still in for phase 3, minute and 10 seconds till phase 4. Bandits are just kind of creeping their way up. So Insight, Akita do need to be mindful of that. They are going to have some company towards the top of Everest.
The high-low compound that EXO and Red Sea were fighting at is now free. They've both left it. Red Sea didn't want it. Akita didn't want it. So that is totally free. A fantastic kind of off-central position. But right now we're focusing on Kens. He said to me that he doesn't want to catch us, or for him to catch him whiffing. He doesn't want to whiff anymore. And that definitely wasn't a whiff.
That was a good shot.
He's got yeah, it was. He's got 2 other members to deal with, and he's stuck inside a wizard. It's just not the best spot, is he? He's going to crouch up and just get railed. But for the moment, he's causing a bit of damage. But yeah, that spot's free. Totally free. High-low is just for the taking. Any team that wants to send it central, that's going to be free. But they're not going to assume it's free. one of those weird scenarios where I think Akita and Red Sea both realized that both of them were going to fight for it, but none of them ended up fighting for it. So yeah, we just have this fantastic spot free for the moment.
As teams get desperate, though, of course, eventually these kind of positions do get filled, especially those on the edge and maybe have a vehicle and they just send it and then they get a little bit fortunate that no one actually is holding location. Well, High-Low's out anyway, and Ruins is where we go.
Rotate, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this is an ending that we probably don't get as often as we typically would like. Ruins can be a lot of fun, close quarter combat, play around a lot of the angles. There's lots of little nooks and crannies to kind of check and hide as well for little rats to play out of too. So it's the kind of position as well that can also still have a bit of high ground. If you look at kind of like the left side of the terrain, does kind of still have a bit of that high ground coming down the slopes of Everest, for example. So this should be a bit of a fun one. From the future on the northern side of it, they can kind of push in too. So these teams, though, now in Gaka, I mean, they've got the hardest road because suddenly even just aiming to get into the next circle, that in itself is just too lazy. You can't just kind of say, okay, let's get into the circle. You do that on the southwestern side of the circle, it's open. It's nothing but fields, open terrain. There's probably some trees you can maybe play off, but that's about it. You're certainly not going to be in a game-winning position. So you got to make a decision now. If you've got vehicles, if you can play edge, kind of wrap around, maybe try and push in towards Ruins if you can on the eastern side of the map. Otherwise, I certainly wouldn't be looking to push up towards Everest. Too many teams. An emergency parachute in a timely fashion for VIP. Kix was close. He was able to get some tags, not a whole lot. One tap, certainly the lowest of them, and comes off second best, but they're able to get out and get to a good position towards Ruins.
Thing about a circle like this is if you're the first to send it in towards the center, there's going to be a lot of teams on the outskirts who are still going to be shooting at you. So it's almost better to just wait before everyone takes their spots, and then you can go in late and claim all the kills. Speaking of kills, that's AAP dead again, 14th instead of 16th this time around, to Fury as well. Main competitors, keep in mind. So the big titans of this lobby going at it game after game, it seems. VIP, their emergency parachute has paid off, landed inside Ruins. It was probably the thing that made the most sense. It's the most complex, you said it, lots of spaces to hide. So it makes sense for them to send it all the way over there. Panic, they pop their heads up and they want to take high-low. It's not in the zone anymore. It was, but the zone is not very friendly this time round. It's kind of ping-ponging back and forth, not being very kind to these teams. Panic, they're a team that I think can struggle with the kills sometimes, especially in the mid-game, early game. They like to kind of just pop up late game and then get all their kills then. But if they're not making it to the late game, it's going to be quite hard to get those kills. So we'll see what they can do, but they've just lost Dusky.
Yeah, 4 piggies are out, 13th position for them. Sands knocked down for the Bandits, who've kind of gotten off to a somewhat quiet start through the first 2 games of Erangel. Fortunately, a lot of games to still turn it around for day number 1. I mean, even in this particular match, still enough time as well, and from the position they're in, though it does seem it'll be difficult. Blue pretty much encroaching upon their position, and they're getting game kept as well by Exo Clan of all teams. Pibby, nice little angle, good spray with Yor, good control, tries to get the transfer onto Savvy, doesn't peek it, smart, but they also need to kind of use the double up numbers. Pibby, not much more that he could do. You could kind of basically just see him at that point, just kind of understand and throw the hands in the air and say, not much more. That could have been done from that location. Irrelevant will clean up. They'll get the double kill. Shoehorse goes down to the blue. So 10 teams remaining now, 31 alive. So on average, 3 a team. 7 knocked, eventually finished off. Hiker meant to collect the double. Yes. 7 now for Fury. They go up to a staggering 14 kills. Actually, no, it's 15 kills. That's right. They didn't get a placement point game 1. Totally forgot. They went out like 13th. Well, they'll get a placement point here as we see the end of Irrelevant. Here for game 2, 8 teams remain. Luke 12, though, just gets knocked down. Exo Clan holding the north position. Good little compound for them. Fury playing the more outer exposed location. Playing off of hay bales is never a fun time. And Cal gets immediately knocked down by Akita. Exo have got prime spot here. They got the high ground. They've got eyes on Fury. And they got the double knock early.
I was just about to praise Fury. A threat arrived in the form of Titan Foxy, and they dealt with it quickly. Absolutely rapid from them, but it's also forced them into positions that they definitely didn't want to be in. Now Exo Clan can see them. I know for a fact that that's Cal saying, I'm going to go get a wide angle so we can kill Titan Foxy easy. But it's also cost him his life for the moment. Straight over to Ruins now, though. Multiple teams engaged in this firefight. The water, my friend, that's 1. And maybe even a second for him. If he can just look a little bit to the left, there's a little bit of an exposed player running up the rocks. VIP putting on a decent defense. 2 alive, though, 5 kills. Another O's team that I don't know if they usually make it to round of 16, but they're here this time
Well,
round.
they're a seasoned team of guys that have been around a long time, basically since the inception, really. So they understand what it takes, and they've been in these positions before. Man, just kind of forced from being able to entry in towards that yellow. Still a lot of action towards the eastern side of the map. This is where the majority of the teams are currently holding, which has given Fury a bit of a respite, because EXO have had to deal with from the future, as we're seeing this fight now, Russell. So that means that if you're a Fury fan, well, they've been able to go and get revives. All of them are back up. They're going to be able to get all 4 back up because EXO got pushed by From the Future, who probably need to win this fight. These are the kind of fights, being honest, I know it's only the second game, but if you are to go to PGC, you need the likes of Fury and you need the likes of EXO to not be performing this tournament. You've got to take them out when you get the chance.
Yeah, absolutely. They are threats in the lobby. It's not just, they're not just another team. A lot of the time, that's the mindset when you go up and fight teams. But this time round, they are absolutely threats. And it will be in the back of your mind, all those PGC points that you need to tally up. So for a moment like this, for From the Future, a hopeful team, yeah, necessary to take EXO out. And they're in a good spot to do it. They could even combine with Fury. If Fury were to wrap the south side of these yellows, they could combine, take out EXO, and then fight themselves. But obviously, EXO is the threat right now. Fury opting not to do that, though. Fury playing it safe for the moment. They've got their kills upwards to like 7 or 8 right now. They're just going to chill. They're happy with their spot. But you can guarantee that if one of EXO gets knocked, I'm pretty sure Fury are coming up here.
I want to know what One Call's going to do, though, from this position. So out to the east, they've got a snake up to the north side, and then you got the 2 inside of the remaining building for Red Sea. So One Call are good decisions to be made from here. The beauty for them is that they're not really getting too aggressive. FTF now eventually push into this compound that is being held by EXO Clan. Delta Mix tries to hold the outside angle, but to be fair, they got so aggressive, they gave EXO the close quarter angles, and the shotguns have done massive damage. I think FTF could have played this a little bit more longer game, understanding the Blues going to be pushing them eventually out of these buildings. EXO have played it well. Obviously, they've kind of defended their location. But what's One Call going to do? Because truthfully, they're in a position now where they're out on the east side. No one's aggressing. They've got some space. They've got some vehicles. They can set up some car forts off the trees as well, especially in this open terrain of Gatka. This is typically what you want to do. They've just got to make a decision. They've got almost too many decisions to make at this point. They might just trip over themselves and eventually make a wrong one. So they've got to be very careful as to what they do here, because if they set themselves up, they can win this game.
Absolutely. They've got that obvious fighting line all the way to the south. As soon as they deal with that solo as well, that's going to give them time with the SKS. Dodgy weapon. Please, come on, finish it off. There we go. Chibrit will get it. That obvious fighting line to the south, or they could send it into Red Sea, but I don't think they know Red Sea is just 2 up. There's EXO going down. FTF looked like they might. Yeah, they turned that around real quick. And Fury didn't really arrive. I guess Fury were not really keen on involving in that fight. I mean, the circle did pop. So EXO or FTF, whoever won the fight, would have to run into Fury's line of sight anyway. You keep questioning One Call, though. Circles favor them just that little bit. They can wait on making that decision. They're still in on that edge. And
I think for Fury, though, Russell, they know that FTF have to push down a hill. So that's
what I'm saying.
Don't have the sightlines now, but they're about to. So they've played this really smart. I think a lesser team would have maybe heard the gunshots and think, oh, we can third party this, we can push up. But you don't need to. If you just play a bit safe, you keep your position, you then eventually get the sightline anyway when they rush down. Worst case that happens is FTF go towards the more northwestern side, wrap around away from Fury, and someone else gets the kill. But then you still have position. You play the late game. That's another team dead. You're top 3. So you're winning by not doing much. Eventually, FTF actually just send it, and they get the initial knock onto Apex. That's huge, considering it's only the duo of Red Sea inside of this position. Teddy, though, did get knocked out by Luke 12, and this is maybe where Fury could opt to get a little bit more aggressive, knowing it's a very weakened lobby right now. There's not many players remaining. You get that knock. They know they're in the compound, and you know they're fighting a team inside that compound as well. This is where they can start to get a little bit more aggressive, get some information, maybe opt to eventually try and overwhelm this position, get control of it.
Yeah, well, Fury know that there's another threat in the lobby right now, and that's One Call. So their priority is not going to be on those identicals.
Hiker spotted them.
For the
moment. Spotted them.
He spotted them, and that's a problem now that Luca's gone down. Hiker's going to be calling as well that One Call is a big threat. They know One Call's a big threat. They've been watching the kill feed. They know One Call is 4 up.
Yeah, let him push,
though.
though.
The numbers inside these buildings are weak.
So Fury
May
can't
as
push
well
now.
Let them push.
They can't push now. Yeah, as soon as Luke goes down, and you know that one call, because they were spotted by Hiker, they're able to kind of push up to this position, they force the fight, and then Fury know, okay, well, we'll let them get the kills, but we'll get Luke. That'll give us a better chance of finishing this game off as the winners. That means that, yeah, they might give up a couple of kills, but in the long run, they can actually now win the game if they go for that revive. Good knock as well from Cal. He obviously continues to hold that position with Hiker Man, so really, really good use of positioning and spacing here from Fury, but more or less game sense to know we can get Luke. And why can we get Luke? Because we know one call has to take the fight with the team at the compound first.
Yeah, I agree. I think they played it perfectly. There were options where they could have pushed up to the yellows. There were things that they could have done, but you're absolutely right. It wasn't necessary. The zone fed them in a way where they can just let everyone come to them. And with the information that Hiker's gained on one call, knowing that they're so far away, you're spot on. Get the res on Luke. No stress right now for Fury. Zone's in their favor. The biggest threat is now out of the zone. And then it could just be a scenario where from the future have to leave the two double whites and Fury just clean them up like that. Although with cars, one call can make something crazy happen. Let's just hope they don't get some easy drive-bys. Looks like they're sending it into the buildings anyway.
Yeah, beauty of PUBG though, for FTF, this is already a win in my eyes. The fact that they've only got the 2 players in there, yeah, not ideal, but just even being in this position, even getting to 3rd place, that's a nice shot from Man. And I tell you what, there's 2 down now for one call. This is sloppy, and this is where Fury have to smell blood in the water and push in and eventually clean up as much as possible to get this win. Trick catches him out from the inside of the window. He's made his way into the building for one call. I think that just caught Man off guard. Probably wasn't expecting it. Hiker actually got the knock. Trick gets the kill, rightfully his anyway. And we know Fury are going to win this game. You want to always be the last team that pushes in. And that's exactly what Fury have done. They've allowed one call to push in. They knew that FTF didn't really have that many numbers in this compound anyway, that there wasn't exactly going to be a lot of points and kills to grab from pushing into this location quickly. And so Fury from here will get the win. Trick the solo. Obviously, Delta mix the solo for FTF. The question now comes, who gets second here? If FTF can get second place from the position they were in, playing against EXO at the yellows earlier on, just on the base of Everest, I tell you what, they've done a tremendous job and yeah, rightfully in first place at the moment. Yeah, absolutely. One call is going to be able to get, oh, well, hopefully one res. It looked like they were going to be able to get both, but Chibrit dies to Simoy's team run over. Not ideal on a breach, probably the worst case scenario when you send your cars into buildings like that. So he's getting the revive, I think. Yeah, he has been able to get that revive off, gives them the 2, Delta mixed out of the solo, and he's actually not inside. His white is not actually in. So unfortunately for him and for FTF, it's more likely that they will go out in 3rd here, and I think one call will then go down to Fury. And again, this is probably going to be another situation where you're just better off as the duo in a 2v4 to die to blue. And to do that, I mean, it's going to be a bit trickier, but maybe you just actually push Delta mix, then die to blue in that particular building. Get a kill, then die to blue, get second. So obviously they're going to be aware of that though, right? And they might not be.
I think that's probably the best way to min-max it. I feel like they should be more aggressive holding that exit for Delta Mix. They don't want, I mean, maybe the windows are too exposed. Maybe they're afraid of unnecessarily getting knocked to Fury, but I feel like they can definitely step into this room. The Trick's in now. He's being silent. I wonder why. They should have all the information. They should know that they can run around freely, take some angles, but I guess not. Maybe Delta Mix will just die to Fury's DMRs anyway. But yeah, I mean, you look at that map feed, it's not fun if you're one caller from the future.
We're just very much slowly letting this one play out. Fury's smart. They don't need to push here.
Yep.
So Delta Mix eventually does get caught by Trick. Really good kill. And that's that min-max we were talking about. Now, if they're really min-maxy, you run out of the back of this white building and die to the blue and deny the 2 kills to Fury. Although if they maybe feel as if there's even a slight chance they can get an opening kill, makes it a 2v3, not impossible. I mean, we've seen these won before, but they're so low percentage. And you probably want to play to the higher percentage, which is in the long run. You're in second at the moment, deny the kills. Mark 12 available here for Trick. And, you know, if he can get a double tap to the head, Nickers will go down at the tree. He'll die to the blue. So this is actually maybe an opportunity where they feel like this is the only chance they've got, as that blue will eventually push Nickers away from that position. Can you get the kill? Luke 12 watching, trying to just creep up, get a better angle. And the blue zone nade, that will all but do it. So in the end. That will be the end for one call. 11 kills, second place, though. A massive game for them. Both kills confirmed by Fury. They go up to 8 kills for the game. They'll put them in second position, just behind FTF, and a big result for them. Somewhat stark contrast to game one, where they got, I think, was it the 8 kills inside 15 minutes? This time it took them the whole half an hour, but they got the win as well to go alongside it, evidently giving them more points. And look, our top teams at the moment all starting well. Fury, ExoClan, FTF doing quite well. One call, as we probably highlighted them as a bit of a dark horse in terms of PGC points. They're up there, they're doing well, but where's AAP? They've not come to the party. 2 games in, Russell, 4 points, something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it's rough. I don't know if you know, but they were incredibly dominant in round of 32. 200 points in 12 games is obscene. They have not continued that form, but we have 16 more games to go. So
that's
they've
true.
got plenty of opportunity.
That is true.
I mean, don't count them out. It's AAP we're talking about, but rough start.
Certainly a very, very rough start. We'll go to a short break. When we come back on the other side, we head to Tago.
Welcome to the update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new rank season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play Tourist again and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms, refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta and Stolber areas, and keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
So 2 games in the books here to begin. PCR2 and Fury taking the second of the 2 Erangels. They get the win after obviously putting on a good showing on Erangel. We head to now Tago to continue on. You said it just before the break, Russell. There's still 16 games to go. There's still a lot of time to turn things around. But if you're AAP, after what was a very incredible round of 32, what was like 8 of 12 wins or something ridiculous, they've gotten off to a shocking start. I think it's like 4 points from the first 2 games. Now, fortunately for them, as we've said, there's 16 games to go. But if you don't turn that around soon, then you're going to probably run out of time sooner rather than later, especially even more so, doubly the fact, the likes of Fury, FTF, One Call, EXO are all doing well to start.
There's definitely a timer on it. You're absolutely right. They need to get their stuff together quite soon, or they're going to run out of time. And I think you're even more spot on with the fact that the time is shorter now that you have the teams that need to be performing actually performing. EXO have had decent games. Fury have just come off the back of a win. So there's even more pressure on AAP's back than, say, if the other teams around them were performing averagely.
Yeah, I mean, I think that probably makes it worse, right? Sometimes we've seen situations in the past where teams maybe start a little bit slow, but fortunately the competition that they're kind of fighting, or at least they were planning to fight coming into a league, maybe also start a bit slow. That's just not the case here for AAP at all. And I think even more so when AAP, of course, finished second back at PCR1, they're in a good position. I mean, as long as they finish first, like there is a world in which that might just about be enough. So they're going to get a wriggle on 4 points from the first 2 games. Clearly not good enough when everyone else is also performing quite well. And so far, I think it's been a pretty even lobby across the board. At least probably the first 10 to 12 teams on the list have actually all been doing quite well. All had good moments. You think about certain teams, the likes of Irrelevant or VIP, had Panic. They've all kind of had little moments throughout Erangel. Of course, first map in the books, though. We moved to Tago to follow. And I guess this is where, for an AAP, for example, or others that are also struggling or struggled on Erangel, this is where maybe there's a chance to turn things around.
Tago's a fight-heavy map. It's a 4v4, take them, win them, get your points, kind of move on to the next team map, right? So AAP, they should be loving it. Can't exactly remember what AAP did in round of 32 on Tago, but I'm sure they were fantastic. I think, yeah, you're right. 8 out of 12 wins. One of them had to be Tago. I'm certain of it. But but for a team like Fury as well, Fury love Tago. Fury historically are damn good on Tago. So there's still pressure. There's still worries. AAP starting off rough with the other team starting off well. Yeah, it's not ideal.
For Kendi, of course, after this, so you only get the one chance at Tago before we move forward to the snowy dunes. And, you kind of think about it. And in the past, this is something that me and Elfish used to always kind of talk about, playing well on certain maps. And it used to be, of course, back in the day, it used to be kind of you had your Erangel teams and your Miramar teams, and that's all we had. Obviously, at the start of this year, Tago comes in. That becomes a factor, but then truthfully it also only gets played once, so you probably don't put too much stock into it. It kind of ends up being, and you think back to the way the format kind of used to be, 2 Erangel, 1 Tago, 2 Miramar, you probably don't put too much stock into that. Now it's even harder because it's still only 1 Tago, but now you're also adding in a Vikendi too, and still keeping the same amount of Erangel and Miramar games. So suddenly you really kind of need to split that workload. You have to put as much focus really into Tago and Vikendi because you play that twice just as much as you do on Erangel and Miramar because you play those twice as well. So that's the way you kind of look at it. We head into it. Game number 3. You can see the live leaderboard, though, very top heavy for the first 3 to 5 teams, arguably the first 3. FTF on 30 points with an incredible performance to begin on Erangel. Fury 26, and then One Call in third, 22 points, have been great. EXO's not that far behind, 15 points, pretty decent. It's the bottom 3 though, Russell. It's AAP, 4 points. Can they turn it around on Tago? Let's get underway.
Let's see it. They claim a pretty central spot with Palace, so they'll be happy with that. It gives them lots of options, even if it does go south. The river on Tago is a lot more forgiving than it is on Erangel because, it's harder to camp, one. You don't have much space to just kind of prone and sit behind and wait for teams to come across and just claim the 3-4 kills. No, there's not much space to actually do that. But at the same time, there's a lot more bridges for you to make your way across. So all those teams on the Northern Island, if it does go south, they'll be totally fine. But central position for AAP, not a central circle though. My God, that is nice for One Call. Nice for 4 piggies as well. 0 points right now. Maybe they can get some this game as Apic goes spinning. Very nice. He recovers that. Very good. Could have been disastrous. I can imagine him hitting that wall and just going up into space, honestly.
Probably. Just trying to see as well, sort of where AAP. So AAP over towards Palace. Okay, not really the worst position. Good thing about Palace, or at least around that area, there's a lot of bridges you can take to rotate, so you're never really going to get camped. There's just too many options. You can go all the way up north as well, holding that northwestern island all the way up towards, say, like a shipyard, for example, if you want to go for a really long rotate. Otherwise, if you do go rather central and you do try and make your way into this kind of circle, there's a lot of teams that are going to be on your rotation path. And you said it before, Tago, kind of that 4v4, you're going to see a lot of fighting. It's got even somewhat, you look at these kind of tree fights as well that can happen on a lot of these higher terrain positions. It reminds me a little bit of Sandhawk at times. And so you can sometimes be just driving along and then there's just a team on a hill behind a couple of trees that just pop out and can spray you down. You got to be very, very careful about what path you choose in terms of rotations. And so, you know, Fury, for example, hey, Hussar over towards the very, very northwestern side, they've got a long rotate. They've got to be careful. Tenax, though, and VIP, one of these two teams mentioned before having a really good start on Erangel. I think both of them have actually done at least quite well. Shots from Jeff with the AK. Of course, no scope attached early in this round. They're basically both have just dropped on each other. Over towards Buksan. One tap. Coming off second best at the moment with the Mutant in hand. The AK's done quite well. Of course, Jeff wanted to get the revive on a rain, but I don't think he's going to be much of a position, but Cherry helps out with a big knock. Spray's not that bad either from Jeff, although there was a trade. Tazzy gets the re-knock on to Cherry, so 1-for-1 there. Speedy and Jeff to play off of each other, and maybe a chance that one can go for the revive for the other one plays watch.
Snacks on a timer right now. That revive should be a symbol for VIP to take advantage of it. Even if VIP have one knocked, this is valuable space that you're giving yourself. So VIP aren't taking advantage of it. So Tenax will get one res. VIP will get theirs, and we might just go straight back to a 4v4. Tenax came to that location thinking they were going to loot it, but VIP were already there. Jeff, he's definitely leading the charge still, trying to get that entry with the AK, the SVD coming in clutch though for Cherry, but he has not been revived, not at all. And now one tap and the rest of VIP can kind of surround Tenax. It looks like the pressure is just a little bit too much.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this is one of the situations because now it's prolonged. Neither of these two teams are going to be in a good position moving forward. Unless someone can win it cleanly from here, you keep 3 up, you get some loot, you loot the rest of this little city. One tap will go down to Jeff. He's just Fury and Bewater as the last two remaining for VIP. Well, they had a decent start back on Erangel. Bewater with the knockdown at least onto Rain, and he gets the flush. So really from this point, it is that mutual destruction. Neither of these two teams are going to have a good time here on Tago. At best, someone just kind of walks away limping and wounded. No more though. Certainly not in a position where you really feel like a winner of the fight. Cherry bleeding out, maybe a chance that Jeff could go back, but I think they want to double stack this position, go for the 2-on-1 swing onto Bewater, so they'll leave Cherry to bleed out so that they can confirm this kill.
I thought VIP had this. I really thought they had it. They had the pressure. They could surround them, but it looks like Tenax have done a good job fighting back. Cherry will fall eventually. Speedy just in a quick little engagement with Furioz. Jeff. Oh, they're so good, man. It's so damn good. To fight back from a disadvantage like that, it's all in the, you just remain calm. And VIP gave themselves up. I think Tazzy opened that up for Tenax to actually get back in that. He exposed himself a little bit too much, and it was just a snowball from there. So fantastically done from Tenax, but you said it. They've lost 2. The rest of their game for them is not going to be the best. It's not ideal. You still get the 4 points. Especially with them.
You get the 4 kills.
You do still get the 4 points. And in 7th, I guess in 7th, that's still something you're kind of happy with. Tenax is one of those midfield teams that are fighting for the prize money and pride. But top 4 would be nice. You said it. Challenger Rumble or Super Cup, sorry. It's definitely merit in fighting for that.
Yeah, 100%. If you can get into that top 4 as that stands, you're only 3 points away now for Tenax. The other thing as well, Tago here, you kind of probably, from their position at Buksan, you could pretty much go straight out to the very eastern side of the map, and then go straight up north and just try and find somewhere to hold as a duo. See if you can force a placement point here or there and hope for the best. But yeah, I think you take the 4 kills. And I think when you kind of look at Tago in a nutshell, you can kind of say at the start of a season, it's okay, you know, how many times do we have to play Tago? 3 times. Can we average 5 points? 4 or 5 points from each Tago, and then worry about the likes of Erangel and Miramar a little bit more, then I think you're probably okay to take these kind of fights, get your 4 kills, maybe get 1 placement point as a sort of rank tanking duo. I think you'd be very happy with 5 points on average from Tago. Obviously, there's going to be other teams that are going to do quite well. They're going to go and get like a 10-kill win or something, and that's just not obviously as repeatable though, because you just don't play the map as much as the likes of Erangel and Miramar. So 3 minutes until phase 2. Panic Esports, they've been thereabouts. Only the 8 points at the moment, 10th place. Obviously had some good moments on Erangel, but could never really convert, and probably more or less could never really get into position to like flex their muscles. Always kind of stuck, always kind of being pressured by other teams, never able to kind of find their own footing. Well, they've kind of got that here on Tago, playing the northern side, northern central side, if you will, close by to 4 piggies. And what that means is there's not going to be many teams backfilling in behind them because of Shipyard, because of the broken bridges. Teams, if they want to cross from that north side, they're going to have to go through the water. So I like Panic's position here.
I like their position, but I mean, you said it. No one's going to be coming behind them, or very rarely would someone be coming behind them. So spread out. Spread your wings, get out there a little bit. You have the space to do it, especially if you come in from that north. You should have pretty valuable information on just how much you can spread out. And I think that's Panic's problem. The reason they continue to get stuck, the reason they are seemingly in decent spots but never able to capitalize on them is because, I mean, from what I've watched from them, they just don't take too much space. They're not super aggressive. They don't dictate all the teams around them. Instead, they just kind of sit, wait for something to come to them. And in a lobby like this, that's just not going to fly. So I'm hoping to see them spread out, get something done, because they're in a fantastic spot to do that.
Oh, double kill for Trick, or at least a double knock. There is at least one back onto Samoy, but a too late moment there, unfortunately, for Punya, and he got traded. Trick with a triple. He gets 4 overall. And 1 call with a perfect start here to Tago. And not ideal for Bandits. Only the 5 points from 3 games played for a team that certainly has got some quality. Unfortunately, unable to get off to a good start here for PCR2. But for 1 call, it's a dream start, especially here on Tago.
What's going on here? We're getting very close to AAP. His came on. And AAP know he's there too. Apic is looking for one of AAP to try and open this fight up, but I think Kamon's going to get found eventually. That car, I believe he silent breached, but they were still heard. That's good. Consistent shooting on the Mark 12 will knock Algin bots, and he's alone. So this has to pull the rest of AAP back, and this is where Kamon can strike. He's not going to get this knock. It's just too difficult. Not in the coop. Instead, he's going to get shot by Nan in the back. This is a very powerful position for Nan to be in, and Alec will finally get Apic. So Apic wasn't really that much of a problem to begin with. That was such a quick regroup on that Algin bot's knock. You could never really see Red Sea getting in this.
No, you pretty much couldn't. 30 more seconds until phase 2. Amon trying to land a shot here onto Nan. Nan actually gave him a little 1v1 moment there. Just enough of a chance to maybe land a few shots with the mini. Frag grenade thrown out left side. He watches the right side, but Nan never had to worry too much about moving away from that nade. It fell short. Apic eventually finished off by Alec. Flank living up to his name. Might just think better of it though. Actually doesn't overcommit onto Nan's position. What a circle shift though for phase 2, and it's our first crazy circle shift of the night. Straight up to the northern side. Just towards the east portion of Shipyard, north of airport. Nan, yeah, he just gets overwhelmed. He got caught out on an island, eventually finished off. Really nicely done by Red Sea. Didn't overcommit, didn't rush it. In those situations, we see teams sometimes that kind of rush into that bowl area and then they lose a player or two on the edge of it. And unfortunately for Archangel Predator, again, their experience on Erangel is happening once again on Tago. Evil Patrick to fall to Dean and flushed. Nan not in a position that's salvageable unless the last 2 players, Algin Bots and Alec, can find a way to win the battle against Red Sea.
He was looking so good for AAP. They were so quick on that regroup when Algin Bots got knocked, but they were not as quick when Nan needed the help. And Red Sea have totally been able to capitalize on it. Nan got nothing from his teammates. Now Algin Bots up on the hill, trying to get an angle onto Kamon. Red Sea sticking around. Fury, do they want to get involved on this? It's Tago. So you may as well see what kind of angles you can get. Tanax also hanging around as well. This AAP and Red Sea fight, looks like a lot of different teams want to get involved, but disastrous from AAP, letting Red Sea get into this and maybe even finishing it off. That is aggression at its finest. That is so good from Red Sea. They were scared by one man in the first 2 games. This time round, AAP, not even a problem, and Nico's here to finish them off. What a showing from Red Sea.
Yeah, really good, but obviously there's some question marks now for AAP. You can start a bit slow. You can have a poor Erangel and then start to turn it around, especially on these kind of tertiary maps. The likes of Tago, the likes of Kendi, okay, maybe find a little bit of form there, finish off strong on Miramar, but they just can't even do that here on Tago, and they kind of just bring a lot of the same aspects that really let them down on Erangel over towards Tago as well. Only the 1 kill, the 1 point gain, 5 points for a team that had really a lot of prospects coming into the round of 16 after a very dominant round of 32. For a lot of people, one of the favored teams to progress into PGC. And especially when you kind of look, I mean, ExoClan's not off to the very super hot start, Russell. They're in 5th. They're gettable. And if they don't finish, you know, 2nd or 1st, then suddenly AAP just had to finish 1st and they would have gone. And they're just not in that position. And this is where, if you're FTF, if you're OneCall, if you're Fury, make the most of it while you can. Collect these points. Don't just waddle. Don't just think, okay, well, AAP's having a bad game, so we can as well. No, really make them pay. Increase that gap. And really force AAP to rethink the way that they're going to have to approach really the second portion of the night when we go into our next 3 games after this.
I agree. Put the nail in the coffin. That's what Fury want to do right now. Luke 12, maybe getting a little bit too overzealous with his driving, has ended up on the fence in between Pindados. Jo will take him down. Fury driving on the edge. They were caught in between a lot of different teams. EXO was one of them. They've now made their way away from all that. Straight into 4 piggies. Not a good start from EXO. Very low HP on Monty, losing 1 as well. Luke goes down 2. The top teams in this lobby, I mean, Fury were consistent kind of game 1, game 2, but right now falling apart a bit. It can happen, and it absolutely will happen. Down goes Rip 2. Maybe 4 piggies want to get a little bit more aggressive. The only thing stopping them right now is they have 1 knock 2.
Center up on Roman kill. They get the hard feed here. Center. Pretty okay portion of the game, phase 3, but in phase 3 Tago, things are happening really early on. I mean, we're at the 13.5-minute mark, down to 13 teams remaining. Monty just barely able to stay alive from that nade. They've already lost insight. Rip is down. You can start to see things just falling apart for ExoClan. Monty just trying to stay alive. 4 piggies. One's knocking at the door. 6 HP for Monty, and eventually Flowey gets the kill. Akita not even close by, and he'll play a solo rank tank game from here on out for Tago. So ExoClan vulnerable. They're not looking to be this kind of juggernaut roster either. And while their struggles haven't been to the level of AAP, they are not making a statement early on. And that does mean that their position, their chance of going to PGC is on the line. Trek just needs to get out of here. Good sweet swap. Seat swap gets to the right side of the UAZ. And heal up with 1 call. 5 kills, more importantly, everyone alive, but a nice little drive by. Crazy 9. Not much that Nandu could do. So the drive by, he continues on driving and maybe gives 1call a chance to get a response, maybe even get that revive. And Akita eventually dies to Gumshot, so he can't even rank take as a solo. No points from this game for ExoClan. 15 from the first 3. That will leave a sour taste in their mouth. But 1call with a big fight here against PE, and they get the wipe. They've got 8. They're up into 2nd. What a start to the tournament for 1call.
That's what we want to see. 1call. They were the ones in a previous PGS qualifier who had a crazy run from not being in the qualification to getting it in the last game. They're absolutely in contention here. Even though they're 4th on the PGC standings, do not count them out. Insane team. We're seeing it now as well. Overtaking Fury. That top 3 looking very, very even. 1 point between all 3 of them. We're happy to see that. Panic, Roman kill with fantastic spots in the zone. Honestly, Tanax too, although this doesn't look too fantastic. It's not a compound. It's not something super formidable. It looks like if a team rocked up on that hill that Jeff is looking at right now, Tanax would be dead. And they're only 2 men, so it wouldn't be too hard. They are playing rank tank, but I feel like they could probably find somewhere better. But I don't blame them for sitting where they are. It can be quite hard to justify moving when you're already safe. But as I said, they aren't really that safe. Any team hops up around them and they're probably dead. Red Sea most likely to be that team. Zone is very close to popping. Roman kill undoubtedly going to be inside it. Is it going to be rough to these teams? Is it going to be harsh? Or are we going to get a nice little donut?
Yeah, I mean, if it continues to donut and central onto Roman kill, I think that they probably win this game. Too much open terrain pushing into that compound. Little flip here for Flowey, and actually will be the end of his game. Chibaret finds that kill, and that means that's 9. 9 confirmed kills for 1call here on Tago. So it doesn't quite center up, though. It actually splits evenly with Panic and their compound. Really nice for Panic. does mean that they're probably not going to elect to push out too much from here. I think they'll just hold that compound, especially with AH to their north. They're probably going to want to try and defend from their position. From the future, where do they go? Do they try and push in behind Roman Kill, push up to that sort of more higher terrain area of the map? Phase 4, though, has been kind to these more northern teams, but these teams out towards the fields to the south side, they've got some work to do.
This is one of the hills on Tego that's not got a lot of trees. It's not really dense in leaves that you can hide behind. Instead, it's quite open. One of the few on this map where that is the case. Roman Kill will be absolutely happy with, and so will Panic. Lots of action going on between Irrelevant and Titan Foxy, all the way down to the south here. Looks like Irrelevant. Do they have it up? I guess they don't. Titan Foxy, Hen, he's finished them off. Sucks for Irrelevant. They were one of the teams coming out of the round of 32. One of the midfield O's teams I thought actually looked like a threat. Rarely can I say that a midfield O's team looks like a threat in a lobby like we saw in round of 32, but they did. They looked like they were playing the game, looked like they had their fundamentals locked down. This time round, Titan Foxy a little bit too strong.
Yeah, I mean, Titan Foxy have been okay so far. A little bit of an underdog kind of team that's doing well in the middle portion of the pack. 7th place at the moment, 14 points. And so, yeah, you've got a little bit of that log jam at the top, especially the first 3 are really kind of just farming the lobby, but everyone else is all pretty equal.
Oh my God.
Spray doesn't quite come off from Kamon, but it's actually a teammate that helps out and missed the flank. Speedy knocked. Jeff now the solo for Tenax, and will remain as that. 9 teams remain, so it's just a matter of can he hold on at least for, say, 1 extra placement point, get them up to 13. Otherwise, there's a fair chance as we're at the bubble, we're at that sort of cutoff position. It could be he and Tenax that just fall out of it, giving everyone else placement points on offer. So Roman Kill just the trio as well now. They lost one who kind of pushed out towards the crates. Russell, he got caught, and then you lose that player. That now means that you're not wanting to push out much more. You're already down to a trio. There's that battle. Jeff stays alive against Eddie. A little bit more of a quiet game from the future, but they should be able to deal with Jeff, and with that, they will send them out in 9th. So placement points on offer now for everyone else. From the future, yeah, have been overtaken by one call, but fortunately their strength on Erangel means that they're in a really good position on the leaderboard. 4 players alive. They get themselves a kill here for Tago late into the piece, 19.5-minute mark. And as we head into phase 5, we'll see if they can push on and find more kills, and especially since they've got the numbers against Roman Kill.
Absolutely. You can see why I don't blame Tenax for sitting in the spot they did, because where else do they go? They run up the hill, they just get eviscerated anyway. Lots of action about to happen on this eastern side, but damn. Good for Fury. Panic also in a good spot. Crates up for grabs on the top of that hill. Roman Kill will be happy, but as you said, they are 3, and losing 1, it's got a lot more impact than some people might think. I feel like there's going to be 2 isolated fights that happen here. Red Sea, they're probably going to opt to go north rather than heading south here. So Dean is getting quite close, and then we're obviously going to have this Titan Foxy 1-call fight. Titan Foxy, well, here's Dean, showed up. He did peek his head over towards the south. He's helping 1-call out. And little does he know, but if he helps 1-call here take out Hen, then he could be the one that sets Red Sea up for destruction, allowing 1-call to wrap around. You can see the pincer maneuver already coming in from the future up on the north. Dean isn't even worried about that. I think he might realize that his team is kind of doomed in a spot like this, although he's going to come over and give it his best.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here on Mr. Flank. He falls, Dean will solo down and can't get to the fight, probably at this point now doesn't want to get there at all. Although he might eventually just be forced into fighting regardless, though, against FTF, and 1-call kind of just pushing in towards, and he gets just completely shut down. It's Trick that gets the kill. 12. Magical 12 kills now for 1-call, just farming the lobby. And it's something that we can see happen on Tago at times. It's got that kind of roaming effect, Russell, where teams kind of push out, they roam around, clear edge. It's a bit of that more old school approach, and they're doing it quite well. 13 kills now, and it just continues to rack up. And these are the kind of games, that set you up to qualify for tournaments like PGC, put yourself in a position to win these kind of events. You build really good confidence. Ends with a nice spray down to get the elimination onto Teddy after he gets knocked and then subsequently flushed. Panic are just holding, playing that long game. Pivy's got a lot of crates around his location, just outside of the compound. Delta Mix just trying to push up. It's him and who KDR now from the future have made top 6, but they haven't got a lot of kills from this game. And Chimperit gets the knock onto Delta Mix. 1-call, continue to just farm. 14 kills No other team in this lobby has had more than 5. One call have 14. Make it 15.
Oh my god. Domination right now, but Fury wants to put a stop to it. And they've timed this pretty well, to be honest with you. One call, you can see they have to turn around and worry about it now. They can't just be content to sit looking at FTF and Roman kill. The biggest threat right now is behind them. Fury need to wipe one call out right now. Yeah, we're in the early stages. We're only game 3, but wiping one call out and making them unable to get like a nice 20 kill win is vital for Fury. They are direct competitors, but Fury have decided not to push too hard. Which, I mean, as 3, it can be hard to justify it. You could just throw members like Nico and Cal away for nothing. When one call might end up damaging themselves later down the line, Kens could get a cheeky flush, and then Fury is in a better position. That is fantastic for both of those teams, although Panic, I think they have a pretty clear line as to how they want to play this. And I don't know if they have high ground over Fury. It looks like they might. So this could spell disaster for Fury, maybe even one call too.
Yeah, I think
you can see them pushing out, so... Oh, and they get crates as well. Forgot to mention that.
Yeah, they've got every crate under the sun. I mean, it's been actually ridiculous, the double crate drop over there. But I think that for Fury, they'll be pretty content with the way the circle's played out, because you know that they like to play the space game and play map control game. They can kind of do that from the south side. And I think that their hope will be that that one call will continue to creep to the north, especially as they're getting kills onto AH, and Panic will look to probably third party. The goal for Fury is to kind of be the last team that eventually pushes in, and then they get to kind of be the final third party. So they don't necessarily probably care too much. Obviously, there's question marks, though, about the visibility of their location. If the south side's especially playing below, if there's that terrain that has a bit of higher elevation looking down on them. We saw Samoy already taking some shots towards Fury, so their location is known. It's a matter of what one call do from here. It's a matter of what the Panic do from here, because there's a world in which Fury end up being the meat and the sandwich if Panic and one call do push to their position.
I feel like Fury's going to be quite limited unless they just get people sending it straight at them like this. That's 2 free kills that Hiker will happily take, and AH go out just like that. Panic and Hiker combine. That is great, but work's not over yet. I just feel like Fury aren't going to have much to do here. It doesn't look like they have the space. They have the space that they have, but I don't think they're going to get any more.
Yeah.
Hiker's now, he's having to leave space as well to get the res on Nico. You can see that that peak just over from where the res is happening right now. Looks like one call might be able to peek over that, look towards Fury. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Meeting the sandwich, absolutely not good. But they will play it to survive. They'll play it just to chill. And as you said, wait until they can actually make their move and do it safely.
Down the final 4, and again, it's 2 of the top 3 teams that have found consistency to start. The PCR2, Cal knocked Samoy. Again, one call just continue to dominate in this game. Able to find these angles and hit these shots at such a consistent basis. And already, of course, with no Luke 12, Cal needs to find a way to get revived. Smokes to go out imminently by Fury to just block a lot of line of sight around their location. What a nade, though, that lands by Suspect. The follow-up one confirms the work done from the first. And then Samoy, of course, got that bleed too. Suspect with some big nades. Fury go out in 4th, and one call have a chance to really get a little bit of a lead going into the second half of the night. It's early days, but it's really good signs for one call.
Makes you wonder, what if Fury had Luke? Would they have pushed one call? Would one call no longer have been a threat? Would Fury have had all this space to maybe defend against Panic's onslaught? Lots of considerations for Fury from that game, but from that spot, I don't think they were able to do much. So I thought they were just going to be limited, but it looked like the angles were way too open. They had no chance to even survive. Happy days for Panic. 4 kills, certainly less than one call, but this is Panic. They're sitting in that compound. Now it's the late game. Now they can kind of show themselves. They'll pop up and they'll play the late game like Panic do.
Yeah.
Passive late games for these guys. Sometimes it doesn't pay off. I've been quite frustrated at Panic sometimes just because they are way too passive in the late game at times. They just let teams walk all over them. They don't take the opportunities that are going to guarantee them the win. I really hope that's not the case this time.
And I know it's early days, but you know, I do the calculations quite a lot here. Russell, one call, Fury, 1, 2. If it stays in that order at the end of this tournament, one call go to PGC.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Oh my.
So very early, we're only into round 3, but it really does sort of highlight the fact that especially for One Call, Fury, Exo Clan, AAP, there's a lot of different calculations that kind of go into the way that they're positioned based on PCR 1 now coming into PCR 2 and the way the PGC points work. Ken's eventually finished off and we get our 4-on-4 finish. So One Call, early lead, and it's the position that you want to be in nice and early. By the end of the night, you kind of want a good little 15 to 20 point gap, fills you with hope going into the weekend. You win. And the fact that, EXO 7th, AAP 13th, they're the teams that have got a little bit more points than Fury. So this suits them right now. 16 kills, what a performance. And now it's just a matter of, can they finish this off? A couple of players towards the center of the circle. Obviously, they've got some towards the very south end too. So center and edge confirmed for One Call. Pivy, he gets caught. He was the solo. So a bit of a wrap from Panic, especially towards the left-hand side of the circle. But the one player that stays as the anchor up north, he gets caught immediately. Good trade from Shoehorse with the Groza. Falls, goes prone, has 4 frag grenades, throws 1, now 2 to follow. Looking to get Nando. Nando's just running around. So Pivy gone, he's out. It's 3 left for Panic. Chipper it though, the question is, can he get brought back up? I think he will.
I think that's the wrap that Panic needed to make, but Pivy was doing it by himself, no cover to speak of. One Call could just peek over these ridges for free, and the rest of Panic did nothing about it. That was the winning play, though, I think, for Panic. Look at this space that now One Call are claiming because Pivy went down. Imagine if this was Panic's space, then you can see this going in a very different direction. One Call being diligent as well, clearing their edge, and now Panic are the ones stuck in a very similar position to where Fury was before. One Call have all the high ground, they can get all the wide angles they need to. They don't even need to go where Dusky is. That's low ground. They're not going to get angles from there anyway. Just 2-2 split it, go edge of blue, stay high ground, and you can lock Panic in, get to about 20 kills.
It's still winnable. 3v4, not impossible here for Panic. They can certainly find a knock early on, make it a 3v3, push in, get some better ground position. Suspect really far back, trying to find an angle with the mini trick. If he can get a knock onto his position, nah, he's too good. Peeks over the ridge really nicely, doesn't get traded. Suspect, that's a good battle, down to 15 health. You got to get that knock, you got to find a way. No, they cannot. Really clean from One Call. And it's 20 kills on Tago to solidify a 16-point lead after 3 games played. One Call take top spot. And right now, they hold the ticket to PGC. A lot of games still to be played, Russell. 15, but they hold that ticket. Someone has to hold it at the given time, and they hold it right now.
We thought it was going to be AAP, Fury, and EXO fighting for it, but One Call was that little question mark. Maybe they weren't going to show up. Maybe they would. They absolutely have 20 kills. That sends a message to the rest of the lobby.
It certainly does. One Call. They go from maybe a bit of a dark horse to a bit of a front runner now. Destiny in their hands from here on out. As long as they can continue to perform like this, they look strong. We'll go to a break. That's Tago done. When we come back, get your jacket. We're going to Vikendi.
Welcome to the update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new rank season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play Tourist again and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms, refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta and Stolber areas, and keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
It's been a fascinating start for PCR2. We've seen some of the teams that we expected to do well, some not so well, and one call leads them all. 3 maps in the books, 2 Erangel, 1 Tego Russell, and so far it's been a very entertaining start to the league, I must say. And obviously you kind of have your predictions and how you think things are going to play out. And to be completely honest, it's not really playing out the way I expected. ExoClan, a little bit of a drop off. We haven't seen them at their best. AAP, Invisible, 5 points from 3 games. And while, you know, Fury's kind of at the top and we probably expected that, it's one call though in first and out by 16 points after 3 games.
When I look at this lobby, when I look at it going into it, I'm like, yeah, this is going to be a good lobby. I mean, especially with the form of the teams coming up to this, Fury was a question mark, one call's a question mark. AAP looked dominant. Now they're falling flat. EXO looking kind of consistent, but they could definitely be doing better. There's no way this wasn't going to be entertaining, and I'm happy that that's come true.
Yeah, I think it's been entertaining, but we've also seen some good levels of skill as well from a lot of these teams, the way that they're playing. I know for, you know, both of us, we've basically been here since the beginning. And I think when you kind of think about, especially rest of SEA, sometimes it gets a bit of a bad rap, especially even compared to the likes for those from Thailand, Vietnam, for example. You think back to the PCS days of APAC, and it was all really about, you know, bloodthirsty aggression. But what we've seen from, you know, even one call, yeah, they got, what was it, 20 kills in that game. But it wasn't really like the most overly aggressive kind of 20 kill game that I've seen. They held good position, played edge, roamed well, didn't over aggress if they didn't have to. So they kept players up. They had the 4 players that were able to utilize that. So really, really well worked game. We've seen a lot of other teams as well play for map control, map positioning, try and scout out position. So it's not all just sort of getting a vehicle, run around as a 4-man and spray out of cars or send it onto buildings. We haven't really seen too many crashes. We haven't really seen too many sends. So we're not really seeing that sort of more older school approach in this region. We're seeing teams finally start to actually, you know, probably go to new levels of tactics, and it's paying dividends for a lot of them. And who knows, maybe that's a reason why the likes of AAP are just struggling a little bit to adapt.
Oh, that's a good point. Maybe they're used to playing a certain way. I mean, the round of 32 looked quite standard, like an AAP were dominating in that kind of meta. So it's weird that they can't transfer it to a lobby like this that is playing quite smart, playing the tactical game. It's definitely off. I'll say that. It's definitely not right. Vikendi, though, this is going to shake some things up. This is not a... I mean, Tego is now kind of a known factor, but I feel like Vikendi, as much as these teams want to try and understand Vikendi, there's probably a lot more moments where they're like, what, why are they there? Who let them do it? Like, there's probably a lot of those moments on Vikendi just because of the way the terrain works. So I don't know if any team is like a good Vikendi team yet.
No, I don't think you can, right? I think you probably just have to say, hey, I've maybe played this map in ranked and know some spots and know some little tricks of the trade. But outside of that, I don't think you can say as a formal team of, hey, we're the Vikendi team. I think this is going to be somewhat similar to probably when Sandhawk actually came in. I know it's weird because I've skipped Tego, but Tego came in, I think, as a probably more ready-made product. Vikendi, despite its tweaks and despite its changes, I think back to when it first came in and it was just like, no, this is not going to be the case. This is not going to be the kind of map that you probably want in competitive. Now, we'll have to see if the tweaks and the changes have been enough for it to make its way in and do well. But truthfully, it reminds me a lot more of the like a bigger Sandhawk, if you will, and not so much in the obviously in the fact that it's not green, it's not the climate, it's just probably the way it might play and also the unfamiliarity of the teams and the way that this map's going to play out.
So when we look at Vikendi, and as you spectate this game, you'll see for yourself, but one of the problems with Vikendi, or one of its unique quirks, we'll put it like that, is that if you have high ground, it doesn't really mean the same as when you have high ground in Erangel. when you have high ground in Erangel or Miramar, it's a landmark. You're up there. You have an advantage over these other teams. When you have high ground on Vikendi, 200 or 300 meters off in the distance to your north, south, east, west, there's also another team with the same high ground advantage. They just obviously might have a little bit of different information, but you can see that you'll have one hill, but the team across from you has got basically the same hill. So there's no, like, in some areas, obviously there is high ground advantage, but it's a lot less defined. It's a lot more, okay, well, we're up on a hill now, and
yep.
So it plays out a lot like that, and then obviously compounds play differently on this as well. To Tego, to Erangel, to Miramar, compounds are kind of like, okay, you got the compound, you got a lot of open space in between you and the other compounds and the rest of the terrain as well in a lot of the cases. So there's a lot that Vikendi has that these teams have to kind of work their way around and figure out what kind of meta is going to stick really on Vikendi, because I think it's already been figured out on Tego. Obviously it's been figured out on Erangel, Miramar for years, but I still think even after a few months, Vikendi is a bit of an unknown factor.
Yeah, it certainly would be. We'll see how it plays out. Obviously you also only play it once, right? So you probably don't put too much stock into it. And that was, I guess, the notion early on with Tego when it came into the map pool. It was kind of like, okay, well, you play it once, right? So it's not like you have to go too crazy on it. If you have a bad game, it's fine. We go to the more stock standard maps immediately after, whether it's an Erangel or a Miramar. And the same is said here for Vikendi. You know, although this is where, truthfully, if you're an AAP, Russ, you kind of can't afford to just say, well, it's just Vikendi. You're on 5 points.
Not now.
You're on 5 points. Vikendi needs to become a bit of a safe haven. This is where you're going to maybe get some points and steal some points. You want every other team to say, it's just Vikendi. You want the One Calls and the Furies and the FTFs that have been dominating to be like, all right, well, maybe we're not as great here. Let's just see what we can get and try and steal some points. So this is the kind of map, and these are the kind of maps where those in the middle of the pack and the bottom of the pack need to try and have a bit more of an even playing field.
It's the Sandhawk mentality when it was introduced in 2019. At PGC in 2019, you had teams going, okay, well, it's Sandhawk, we'll do what we can, but
people were running around with M249s. Like, it was...
It just wasn't... Yeah. It wasn't worth worrying about. You either... And the way Sandhawk played out, to Vikendi's credit, it doesn't play out as telegraphed as Sandhawk did. The circles were incredibly predictable, but Sandhawk was just... You either kind of get in a good spot and you get a good game, or you end up with 0 points and you don't even care. If you got 0 points on Erangel or Miramar, you'd be devastated. But on Sandhawk, it didn't matter. Apic, stuck behind a tree, flashed. I'm wondering if Ryan's actually going to be able to take advantage of this. He has to get a really good headshot just like that, and then maybe he can do something. No nades, I guess, for Ryan. Use them. Flash is gone as well, so Apic has a chance, but it's a very slim one.
Just smoke. And an adrenaline shot and bandages. So if he just kind of plays his time here well, and time he certainly has, he can get out of this little tricky situation. Throws the smoke, goes for a pop shot. He actually has 2 nades, but the amount of time needed to probably go for a correction of throwing that into the window will give Ryan enough of a chance. Dean there comes flying by. Apex, I'm not sure if that was the play. Good. He got aggressive. So he runs out from the tree as the smoke was still pluming, goes to try and get to the fence line. He goes down. He needed to hold the angle, allowed Dean to cause a bit of chaos, and then hold the 2v1. Would have forced Ryan away from that window. Then he could have moved off the tree. Instead, he goes early. Ryan gets the knock.
What needed to happen? Ryan took advantage of it. Definitely way too premature for Apic, and it's going to cost his teammates' life as well. Not ideal for Red Sea. They have not been consistent, sitting in 11th place. They've had a couple highlights, but just a couple. Now, there have been minute ones as well. Not a good start, but yeah, definitely a mistake from Apic. Maybe it's the pressure of being in a lobby like this. In a scrim, maybe you would have waited behind that tree for Dean to get a proper angle to cover you when you run out of that tree, but
I feel like in a scrim he would have just taken the shots and tried to
maybe
one tap, but yeah, I mean,
he probably could have won it, but
yeah, I mean,
not this time.
I think I said it there as well. He had time, he had the smoke, he had util, he still had bandages, the adrenaline shot, so he could have actually spent that time waiting for the smoke to plume to actually heal up anyway. Then the fact that he had his teammate get there first to create a diversion, he just went too early, too soon, and gets punished, and in the end, Red Sea, 11th place, but they haven't really been able to make a mark. They haven't really been able to probably be in command of a couple of these games. They haven't certainly been running around looking formidable. When you kind of look at those sort of, we'll say top 5 teams, they've all had moments where they've either been able to get good positions, win some team fights, hold some good compounds, or play the circle well. They've been sort of the team of the match in particular. They've all had those kind of moments, and everyone else has probably been not able to replicate that as much. But so far, Vikendi, in its size, we're not really seeing too many team fights. That was really the only one. And of course, a 1v1 that had some reinforcements. And yeah, we will certainly, of course, as teams rotate in, make their way in for phase 1, then eventually transitions into phase 2. And you think about all of the rotations that are going to be, well, probably unknown quantities. Yeah, it's going to force some fights later.
Because Vikendi looks very similar across the board, it's hard to like telegraph rotations, right? Like you have landmarks on these other maps where you can say, oh yeah, team's going to rotate that way and they're going to rotate on this road specifically. On Vikendi, you can go over the terrain. The terrain is very flat.
Here we go.
Fury's doing it right now. Delta Mix, is he going to get one? Probably not. Cal's going a bit too quickly. Oh, he's silented. That might mean they're going to pull up. Oh, this is Fury. They like to get up here next to these cable cars. Delta Mix, you cannot whiff, my friend.
I mean, he might not even shoot. He might not even shoot. So he might see, are they going to take the cable? Now he will. Okay, there you go. Man with a bit of backup. So he actually gets the double perfectly done from Man. So he was on the other side. They actually had a really good little pinch. And unfortunately for Wacky Kamukau and Luke 12, just thinking as if it's safe, no shots. And that's the beauty of trigger discipline. Really good example there from Delta Mix. I know he's not the one that got the kills, but he's the main reason why Man got the kills. If he shoots early, if he starts spraying, Fury don't pull up at the cable cars. They probably divot, push away, and then maybe if they want to come back, they might. Otherwise, they'll find a different location. By holding still, holding location, comms to his teammates, they get the double kill. Really, really well played from the future.
That's also Vikendi. So many little spots like that. There are so many unknown quantities. Like, you arrive at the cable car pickup and there's a team or a player just across the ridge from you. It's not like the other maps where you're methodically clearing in your head. You're not at that point yet. You're not at the point of familiarity with Vikendi where you rock up at a spot and your instincts are telling you to just go clear that ridge because you know you've seen people behind it 1,000 times. It's not, we're not at that point yet. So it allows Man to get cheeky like he just did. And yeah, off the back of Delta Mix's info, it was incredibly easy. And now Fury have to recover, and this is, I don't know, I'm not in their TeamSpeak, or sorry, their Discord, but you're looking at one call with an almost 20-point lead, and you're now down 2 in game 4. There's got to be just a little bit of pressure, if not vocally, in the back of the players' minds.
Yeah, no, I agree. So we'll see what Fury can do to adapt now as the duo. Fortunately for them, good points from the first couple of games, the first 3 that have played, but yeah, this might end up being kind of the map where you go, oh, well, 3 hands up. It's Vikendi. We'll bounce back on Miramar. Speedy on the move for 10x. He's going to immediately get sprayed away. He does die. Bit of a firing range squad there from Irrelevant. Flex will be the one that gets the credit, but they all put in the same amount of work to get that kill onto Speedy. 10x lose 1 early. Irrelevant shift up into the top 7, which puts momentarily EXO into 8th. They've really tumbled down the standings after a decent start on Erinkel. Hasn't quite been good and kind to them on the Laxitago and for Vikendi to start, although very early days here, of course, on Vikendi. 9 minutes into the game. No teams eliminated just yet, but some damage onto the likes of Red Sea and Fury, and of course now onto 10x.
Just looking at the map fill up, seeing a couple teams dive into Deca Mesto, a couple cities as well. Obviously a lot easier to get out into a city than it is to get out of it. Classic PUBG rule that should absolutely be thought of when you're sending it into a city. But for the moment, we're not at that point where it's so central that everyone else is going to send it in. These cable cars, they have a lot of Panzerfaust on the cable cars themselves. Inside the actual cable cars, there's like 3 Panzerfausts just on the floor. So you can get them if they come by and then use them later on in a city ending like that. Maybe they're actually quite useful. But this time around, we're going towards the fields. A little bit of hills on either side. I think there's going to be a couple regroups here from the likes of 4Piggies, AAP even, although I can imagine AAP standing ground just because at this point, 4 games in, they're already at that point where what do we have to lose?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the mindset that you've got to take now, especially on Vikendi for AAP. You probably got to look to get aggressive. I mean, you're in a central location though, so you probably want to play that, and I think that's probably the best way for them to probably get involved. Insight with a little run over onto Carls, lets him know all about it. And that's one way for EXO to get their first kill on Vikendi. Carbs just gets caught. He's by himself south the train station. Suspect with a good spray over towards Sands. Bandits have been a bit quiet tonight. Probably expected a little bit more from them. Not high expectations per se, but just a team of players that have been around a long time. They're certainly experienced, but they haven't quite been able to make things work. Not so much at the moment, but yeah, I think for AAP, this is the kind of game, Russell, especially with the way it's shaped up phase 2, bit of a center circle for them. I think you actually play quiet. I think I'd like them to flex their muscles a bit like we saw in the RO32, but because they've started so poor, just play the compound, play the center and see what you can do. Maybe you get late placement points, get a couple of kills and just quietly get yourself back into tonight as we keep an eye on a couple of these little engagements brewing just north of Decamesto. It's going to be Fleaways that gets the kill. He gets the flush. And eventually, Zashing home are subsequently eliminated. A rush start for them, and they get their lives really taken out pretty quickly. 4 kill, 4K, for 4 pig, and they get some much-needed points.
Yeah, very, very much needed points. But yeah, you're absolutely right about AAP. They don't need to spread out. They don't need to here. It's not, I don't think they're even considering it. They've got the whole spread of the compound to work with. They're in a fantastic spot. No need to overthink it. Bandits, you did mention them. They had a solid performance in round of 32, and I know that they can do quite well. And they're obviously going to be kind of subconsciously versing teams like Irrelevant, Tanax, VIP, who's the best out of the mid-pack O's teams. Right now, looking like it's Irrelevant, which is great. I love to see that. Roman kill, right next to 4 piggies. The thing about Vikendi as well, similar to Tago, is you get some of these scenarios where you can easily share a compound with a team. The compounds are spread out, so they're so elongated that you can easily share it without a worry. It's not like you're sharing a cube on a wrangle or something like that. No, these are very long compounds. You can happily share them, and when both those teams are sitting in the center of the zone, there's really no need to fight each other and send each other to the lobby. So they'll happily do that. Irrelevant. Os on Os action versus Tanax. Looks like Tanax a little bit stuck inside this compound.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not an awful spot, southeastern side. Jeff gets knocked down actually by Sohan. Irrelevant doing quite well to start here on Vikendi, been thereabouts. And of course, you think back to probably game 1, which was their best game in the way that they played, good positioning. Kind of need to do something similar in this one. Pivy's going to just plop down. A
little bit damage.
Yeah, tiny little bit. Did obviously cut the parachute a little early, but he makes his way down a little bit quicker. And this is actually something that they didn't do game 1. I was just saying how they've been slow in their approach, go for map position, play to clear, but this is just a straight rush. This is a straight send. Off the back of that initial knock, now the nade onto Rain. And so this is something I probably wasn't expecting from Irrelevant, but to their credit, entry's clean. They get the knock, they follow it up. Never mind, that's Cherry onto Sohan. They can't quite get any more after that initial knock. And Jeff with a good angle on the side.
No.
This is where you can get punished for rushing into a building that you're not quite that familiar with the layout. And the lay of the land is going to backfire for Irrelevant. Sohan down, blessed. Trying to just play the window. Savvy, reload, timely matter, and eventually 10x dealt with. But yeah, I mean, kind of scrappy. They get the kills, they get the position. The position's not that great. And PE on the move.
It was good fundamentally. Rock up on the wall, get the nades in. They got the knock off that nade as well. Then it was the steps after that they took. Stepped into the open a little bit, it looks like. Gave Tanax a shot, but they're carrying that res inside, and luckily Hachi doesn't hit any of those shots, because if he hit it onto the player on the back getting rezzed, then that player might have bled out. Not this time around. This is 2 of Pindados as well, so they're trying to be cheeky. This is not something where they are loud and boisterous, but obviously Hachi's position is known. Crazy 9 is the unknown factor here. Could get a cheeky knock onto Blessed. That opens it up, turns it into a 2v2. Then it's very doable. But obviously Irrelevant is now on high alert, having been shot at, so probably not going to give things up that easily.
Also, this location, as you can see in the minimap, just barely in for phase 3. So a minute and a half from now, no need to worry too much, but it does mean you'll be pushing in quite late for phase 4. But fortunately for Irrelevant, they've just been able to have a beard. It's like, oh, he's going to lose you. Sohan's dead. Does he get flashed? Not flushed straight away? Not straight away, but eventually Crazy 9 does go back for it. He did just pause, wait to see if there was going to be someone to peek out from the backside of the building. And this is where you can get punished for these aggressive plays. Rather than playing position, rather than looking for a more central location, Obviously, a bit more of an unfamiliar map. You don't play it as often. You just push. You go aggressive. You almost fall back into old habits. Regardless, though, Hatchie, well, he somewhat does the same thing, and he'll get rightfully punished. Pushes in, no real info. The DBS up close, very strong, and Hatchie's down. The nade to finish him off, and Blessed will get the kill, so more points for Irrelevant. And I guess if they can finish this with 5 to 6 kills, get some points from it, it all ends up looking pretty decent for a map of Vikendi.
EXO here as well. They want a little bit of the action, but most of it's contained into the compound. So they were only able to get some tags before realizing that maybe it's not the priority they want to take. Savvy goes down. Blessed and Crazy 9. A 1v1 Crazy 9. Absolutely insane. We've seen some crazy highlights from this guy, but he's being limited. He's being told no by EXO, who have stayed. They've kept a couple members here while a couple go off and scout. These kills, you may as well get them. When you have as much space as EXO has, you may as... That is not friendly to a lot of teams. That is about as field ending as you can get.
Yeah, I mean, I think even the teams inside of the circle, ironically, it's probably not that friendly either, because in the long run, if that donuts and centers into that open area, that's not going to be fun to push out of any compound that you may actually have. Panic, are they going to find themselves out in the open at the end of this game? Could very well, perhaps they might force them into the try and share the compound with AAP on the north side, who obviously have kind of tried to remain quiet. No kills from them, 17 minutes gone. Still got 13 teams up. There's a world in which this 2-2 split for AAP could backfire up north if teams are looking to try and take shelter, take cover, a bit more of an open circle. If Panic need to rotate up north, they got to be very careful. Titan Foxy have just made a bit of headway, but as soon as they get into the circle, EXO Clan in a good position, mainly Insight, and Insight's being able to put some good work in. Hen will bleed out just down to Ryan and 7.
That's the EXO I like to see, controlling their edge. Into the duo of Fury. Does the duo of Titan Foxy go? Sitting in the fields, trying to survive for as long as they possibly can, and they will survive even longer. Titan Foxy, they're on the ropes though, sending it straight into AAP. Looks like one of them is moving, so it's just Algin bots to take shots at this car. If he can even get an angle. Looks like he's way off in the distance though, so Titan Foxy might even survive for a little bit longer, sending the gauntlet through the middle of the circle. As everyone else around them, the reality that this zone is not very... Well, there's not many compounds in here. If that reality sets in, they're going to have to send it into positions like Fury are right now, where the only cover they really have are the bushes, the hay bales, and their own cars. Although Nico's car is about to blow up, he's going to have to reposition. He's LOSing with the hay bale, so good on him. EXO controlling their edge. 7 kills now. FTF dead. That's second place gone. One call still alive. Maybe that gap is going to get just that much bigger.
Yeah, I think it could. I think one call's probably in a position now where if they can play the south side, try and push in onto a building like Roman Kill and clear that out, they can go deep into the long game. The question is if that's going to be the plan. It's not going to be an easy plan to execute, so we'll see what happens, but they're not in the best of positions to confirm a long game here. AAP though, you've got to be winning these fights. An opportunity arises. Maybe Patrick just a little bit senseless as he walks into that doorway, loses his life, but fortunately a trade immediately helps him out. They'll get the revive, and finally AAP on the board with a couple of kills, gets them up to 7 points. Sands finished off. Miller falls to Nandu. Not a bad little push from one call. So they've actually gone past Roman Kill. They've gone towards the southwestern side to try and push in onto a fighting bandits who already are not really in a position to sort of defend themselves from this push of one call. Hence why they get very quickly wiped out. So one call, third party, Panic get a couple of those kills as well. More importantly, one call now get the position.
This position doesn't look like it's the greatest for one call, though. Very open. You look at that map of Vikendi, you go, okay, well, Panic have an insane high ground, but it's not really that big. It's actually quite flat. And one call looks like they'll lose one because of it. Oh, no, they're getting rezzed. It's okay, getting rezzed. But it's still very open. So you have to be very careful on Vikendi. And the circle hasn't been favorable to them either. It's been damn favorable to Fury, potentially even AAP too. They just have to step out their compound. They'll be inside the zone. One call are going to have a little bit harder of a send to make. Back in their cars, maybe gun it straight for the center, but where do you play? I don't have much experience on this map. I'm hoping they do, because I can't really see a bowl or anything that they can play that's not exposed.
Next circle.
The Blizzards, yes.
Yeah, so something to think about as well. But that circle does move away from one call. We fought to kind of get that more western side position. Panic haven't really moved to their credit, they've just kind of stuck fat, haven't elected to do too much. Now they've got to make a decision. Nice little shot from Rip to get the down onto Dowdy. And this is where any kind of high ground looking down in towards the center portion of the circle is going to be so valuable. But you also then feel the risk. You can see Rip kind of looking towards VIP, then looking towards AAP. If he can spot them, they can spot him. He knows he's got to be careful. 7 kills for ExoClan, certainly a far better performing game on Vikendi than a couple of their previous ones. Gets them back up into the top 6. Certainly looking to try and close the gap with the likes of FTF and Fury. I haven't done the calculations just yet as to what happens if EXO push back up into, say, a second or a third, what that means for one call. Something to think about later. On the move, Chipperette, though, loses that battle against Suspect. The drive-by, unsuccessful. Tried his hand, failed. Won't get a second chance, not this game. Pivy with a Mark 12. And Panic making very quick call.
Oh my God.
Very quick work of one call. They made that look very comfortable. So that puts an end to their little charade. 3 kills. That's all. Just the 3 points from this game of Vikendi. We thought maybe for a moment there was an opportunity to extend their lead. With FTF out, with Fury wounded, they are unable to do that. And it gives everyone a bit of hope going into Miramar.
Absolutely. I mean, Fury, even with 2, they can get up to 40 points, potentially even a little bit more. They'll be happy with that. Means the gap is smaller. Panic, though, very clean wipe. Looked like they had people in the right positions to deal with that. They caught one call in between multiple players. Absolutely fantastic work from them. This Blizzard is not going to let up anytime soon. They stay around for way too long.
Yeah, they shouldn't even be in the game, to be honest.
No, they shouldn't be. And while they are here, they're going to cause so much pain to VIP specifically. You said VIP weren't going to move. Well, as soon as that Blizzard popped, they're not going to move even more. There's nowhere to go. You can barely see, you can barely hear anything. But luckily for them, they're inside the circle.
Yeah, just barely.
Lots of contention on the south. Just barely.
South side's going to be the main focus. Also, I'm kind of very curious. North side, look at that map. What's AAP going to do pushing into Panic? Panic have looked quite sharp this game. So this is another good opportunity for AAP. Panic, they've got 4 men up. Although one of their players is actually playing a little bit more south. That's Pivy. He's kind of just watching the compound of 4 piggies. And they're not allowing them to get out of that building. So this is an opportunity momentarily in time, 4v3 in favor of AAP in this fight. Unless Pivy can maybe find an angle. I'm not sure if he can from that distance. This is a little bit more flat terrain. So Panic, though, not in a position where they're wanting to take this fight knowing they're down a player. They get in their vehicles, they smoke up, and it's kind of like a smoke shield and then fall back to a more safe position, which is closer to Pivy. Smart play from Panic. They know to not force the fight, force the issue. It's not a fight that they need to take. It's certainly not in the area that you necessarily want. I mean, look at this area. It's all out in the open. So if this continues, you are not exactly safe.
Not exactly. Vikendi is living up to its name, being very open. I wonder where EXO is going to go. I guess we're going to find out. Rip, very close to Panic. Very crucial to get this opening. It opens it up for the rest of his team, but that's just a bait. Inside was the one going wide. He'll go down, though. Very quickly dealt with by Dusky, but Rip is back on the trade. Even more trades coming in. This whole fight is so open to the rest of the server. This has to be good from Dusky. It has to be a perfect defense, and it's just not. But it's not good for EXO either. 1 HP on Akita. This is AAP potentially getting themselves back in this. Fury's still here as well. They want as much of these kills as they can possibly get too. As a 2-man, they're going to be very desperate for them. 6 kills to AAP's name. If they deal with VIP here cleanly, then all of the knocks, everything that's going on in the center of the zone is theirs for the taking.
Yeah, this is a really good game for AAP to turn the tournament around. Only 3 poor games, but you have one massive game and suddenly you can get a bit of life back into the tournament, especially on day number 1. High command to fall to the nade to Kens. Of course, they've been a duo since the very beginning of this game after they lost 2 at the cable cars. Because, I mean, they've been able to at least find 1 kill, get some placement points. I mean, it's just scraping 2 points basically from this game, but arguably 2 points is better than nothing. So they'll take that, but it's Roman Kill that will get their kills. VIP also to fall very quickly after at the hands of both Alec and Akita of AAP and ExoClan. And I know this is going to be a game where I think AAP put themselves in the best position to win, but ExoClan have also had a massive game to get themselves back into a really commanding position. So while that top 3, after 3 games, Russell, had started to pull away, everyone else gets a good catch-up game here on Vikendi.
Yeah, absolutely that. Even the likes of 4 Piggies and Roman Kill. who are trying to put their name on the tops of the leaderboards. Looks like Roman Kill's in a fantastic spot to defend against this. Even though these smokes are up, it can get a little bit dodgy. As you can see, with the player just creeping inside the bottom of that smoke, he's going to catch out Doughty. That was inevitable. And now Roman Kill have to respond. Doughty's been put down low as well. Roman Kill might lose a player here just via the proximity of those smokes and the cheeky prone from Flowey. That was dangerous. Little snake in the grass. But I don't think they're going to get much more. Roman Kill look to be very entrenched behind these cars. 4Piggies falling like flies.
Yeah, doing quite well. I mean, all things considered, there's a lot going on. They've got many different angles that they've got to watch, left, right, north, everything. I mean, but it's AAP that are just cleaning up in a very commanding position. Alex going to be left for dead. So I think unless Nan wants to go for a revive, he's going to have to do it very quickly. And they've got probably the time. Roman Kill obviously have been able to survive that onslaught to the south side. And I think they are going to be able to get Alec back up, give them the 4 players, the P90. And that distance not going to be good enough. Patrick with an A to go over. And they've got the high ground. They're surrounding Roman Kill. 4 versus 3. They got the numbers. Nan, the savior, gets the revive on to Alex, so they'll have all 4 players up. Even Patrick and Elgin Bots doing a good job to hold the front line, not allowing Roman Kill to push out. Little jump up from Ken's. Elgin Bots watching with a mini 14. So Archangel Predator, 5 points from 3 games, and they have flipped a switch on Vikendi, where a lot of other teams have gone cold. They've been hot, and they've been able to get themselves back into a really good position to go over to Miramar to close out night number 1. They'll certainly be able to sleep a lot better tonight, Russell. If they had it bombed out again here on Vikendi, it could have been a real sleepless night. But they now set themselves up to at least close the night out, and a good sign on Miramar to follow after this. We'll see if they can obviously bring their Vikendi form to Miramar first, but either way, a big win for them and a big turnaround after a lackluster start from one of the favorites.
Better late than never. You need the momentum, and I think you've just started getting that in game 4. AAP, 15 kills. Not as good as one calls 20, but they'll certainly take that, and that puts them up in contention where they absolutely should be.
Certainly so. So a massive game from Archangel Predator. 15 kills on Vikendi. A little slow to get going, not just really the night, but also the map itself. But in the end, they were able to finish strong. And 15 kills, the win, big 25 points. So how's that? 5 points from 3 games, 25 points from 1. PUBG is a funny old game, but we would never have counted them out, Russell. They're too good. They're far too good. And a lot of the times in these kind of tournaments, you see these top teams, they might have a quiet couple of games. It's just not often the first 3. That's really the main difference. So for them, and for their sake, fortunately, able to turn it around and gets them right back in the conversation.
Expectations can kill morale, bro. Like, if they were in their heads about their expectations and then they start off with 3 bad games, that can continue going on. But luckily, we actually get a good performance from them.
All right, let's go to a break. When we come back, 2 more games for PCR Day 1. It's Miramar.
Welcome to the update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new ranked season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play Tourist again and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms, refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta and Stolber areas, and keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
A bit of fun on Vikendi leaves AAP as the winners. A big bounce back game for them, gets them in a good position heading into Miramar after really a frightful start from our first three maps. It was a game that was required, Russell. It's only 18 games overall. These tournaments, they go very quickly, blink and you miss it. And for them, they needed it. But probably before the night was out. They certainly probably also needed it before Miramar. They get it, and they get a massive 15 kills plus the win. They got to 30 points now from the 4 games played, and it puts them at least back in a solid position. They're not first, and they're still, I think, about 25 points off first, but they're back in the conversation. And 25 points, that can get made up over, the last 14, 15 games.
Thing is, as well, as if they ended that game with like 10 points total, that's just not enough in their situation. They needed a big game, and thankfully for them, thankfully for us, they actually pulled it through. On Vikendi of all maps, the YOLO, you just send it, hope for the best, whatever happens, happens. Well, it certainly happened.
Certainly did. You can say obviously 4 different winners so far means we really haven't had total dominance. I mean, even One Call, who have got themselves a bit of an established lead through the first 4 maps, I mean, they suffered on Vikendi. They only got the 3 points. They had a massive game on Taker, somewhat similar to what we just saw from Arcane Predator. So that's where they got the majority of their points from. So even they haven't necessarily been controlling the whole night, being the ultra uber dominant team. It's been a pretty decent lobby so far. Hopefully it means that it'll continue to be that way. I feel like the next team maybe on the list, you saw the winners. We've had Fury, we've had AAP, One Call. Is it time for ExoClan?
Oh, I hope so. They need to show up. They haven't been playing kind of perfect EXO. I've seen glimpses of it, but it's not been perfect. And I know EXO, they're kind of that team along with Fury that can control the edge so nicely, and it's so nice to watch. I haven't really seen that perfectly pan out yet. I'm hoping it does. We'll see if it is going to be the case, especially on a map like Miramar, where that certainly can lean itself into favoring certain teams. We'll see if it does end up favoring ExoClan in this position. Of course, there's other teams as well. I think even from the future, they started really well. They've been good. We'll see if they can continue to perform. And more importantly, we go to a new map once again for the 3rd game in a row. Now we've got a whole different map. So it means that you kind of got to be on your heels, Russell. You can't just be expecting more of the same. Things change up once again. You go from Erangel into Tago into Vikendi into Miramar. That's 4 maps in 4 games. Yeah, I mean, I don't think, we've had this discussion a couple of times, but I think the changing of maps, some people might think it messes with teams' heads. I don't think it does. I just don't think it's enough of a shake-up to really mess with momentum or morale. What messes with those things the most is the performance in those games. So you can have a map, you can have it go 1-1-1-1-1-1-1, and you can introduce Haven into the map. Screw it. You just chuck Haven in, and it still won't mess with these teams' heads. Fundamentally, I don't think it's just... I think it's a performance in the game. It's a bygone era where back in the day, when it used to be, even in some eras, a 3-3 split. You had your 3 Erangel into your 3 Miramar. That used to be a bit of a common format before
then it went down to 5 and you added the one in the middle. So if you think back to that era, it used to be all about the consistency that you would have by playing the same map 3 in a row. So if you had a bad Erangel game 1, it's fine. There was a warm-up game. You got another Erangel. You have another bad game, it's fine. You learned some things in there. You got one more Erangel. So that's just no longer a thing anymore. You can't have your warm-up performances. You can't go into Tago and be like, okay, we can drop this one here because we got another Tago. No, not a thing. Same with Vikendi. And it's the same as well with Erangel and Miramar. You only have 2 opportunities. And now even more so, again, if you look at them as the maps where you want to collect the majority of your points, if you have one performance that's not quite up to par on either of those 2 maps, you don't get really many other chances. So as you're saying, though, you could probably, throw in Haven, throw in another map and say, let's just go 1-1-1 the whole way through. I think you could probably, at this point, just say, all right, let's just have the 5 maps, 5 games played, 1 on each map. But at that point, it's like, no, I don't know. I like still seeing Erangel in Erangel and Miramar being the more dominant maps in the map pool. But I also wouldn't be opposed to, again, continuing to do new things, and that's what PUBG's kind of been all about, I think, in 2023.
I'm super down to have a like a set rotation of maps. So I think 6 games a night, especially for international tournaments, 6 games a day is standard, right? But imagine it was just 2-2-2 on the 6 games. I think that is fantastic. You can even remove mirror rotation and chuck in a new map, hopefully that's competitively viable. But that would shake it up. Just do a rotation, keep the comp scene on its toes. Okay, Garbs, that's a fantastic way to start it off. That's all right. See ya, TF.
Yeah, wow. And they needed that, I think, as well. Pentados have been a little bit poor. You can see 11 points. Well, 4 of those have just come right there, mainly from Carbs. He got 3 out of the 4. They get the very quick revive. Probably not typically the kind of start that we see on Miramar, unless it's a hot drop. This is just not something that you will typically see. If teams have got their preferred locations and no one's fighting, obviously a bit of a drop over towards Hacienda, and it's come up really good for PE. They're in a good spot now to get the 4 early kills. They get a lot of looting time because it was really quick. It wasn't a prolonged, drawn-out fight. Sometimes, especially on Miramar, if teams go for these hot drop battles, they can become quite prolonged, they can get quite drawn out, and that's not the case. The fact that it was that clean, that quick, they get all the loot, I mean, it's basically just 4 free points.
Pinados is a team that can have that big 20 kill game too. Seen it in the past. Although it looks like this lobby might be a bit too competitive for them. Did Delta Mix want to get involved in that? Maybe. He was in the compound quite close to it, but don't think with the pace that hot drop went, Delta Mix was going to get anything out of it. So he's going to back off. Let me have a look at this. I haven't even had a look at the circle yet. Oh, yes. Los Leones. Classic Miramar circle. I'm hoping we get to see something around the Los area. I'm kind of getting sick of all these circles that end to the north, like near New Cantera, places like that. Not that they're bad, I've just seen too much of them. I want a massive city ending. I want people to hop on top of those skyscrapers. I want those emergency parachutes to actually be viable and people can come from the sky, land on top of all the skyscrapers. I want that. That's what I want for this game. But I don't know if we're going to get that because we're only in phase 1.
Yeah, very early days, yeah. A couple of teams to maybe keep an eye on for this particular game there. You kind of look at that top 7 starting to really take shape when you kind of look at the points. Russell, you know, Relevant 19, then to 28, 9 points the separation. So a bit of a cutoff there. And I think also Relevant a lot closer to those teams below them compared to those above. So really from EXO and up have probably been the dominant team so far tonight. They've all had good moments. EXO, Panic have also looked quite good. AAP, yeah, slow to start, but kind of really showing what they can do at the very high end. They are a very good team. Roman Kill, I gotta say, probably one of the more quiet 35-point performances in 4th. Yes, they were outstanding on Erangel, and they've had some good moments, especially the little holdout at the end of Vikendi there in that last game, when you have basically 3 teams around you, and you just basically have to look at so many different angles. Thought they were really strong. And from the future, Fury, One Call, all very dominant so far tonight. It's still One Call that have got themselves a decent little lead, 17 points. They were able to extend it actually by 1 point over Fury at the conclusion of Vikendi. Both went out early, 3 points and 2 points respectively. But as is usually the case with Miramar, outside of that initial hot drop, on Hacienda. Yeah, there's a bit of time and a lot of space, and teams can kind of get to where they want. Los Leones is going to be a main factor here. A lot of different areas that you kind of want to take. I think it's just a matter of, do you want to play the north side? Do you want to play a lot of that sort of terrain just outside Los Leones, or play the south side where you can try and probably play a little bit more defensive?
Whether teams like it or not, Jake, they have to play around Los. Whether it's going to go into Los, doesn't matter. They have to play around it. Rotates are dictated entirely by it. And then they also kind of want to go close to it, just in case it does center up on Los. They want to be able to send it in and get a good spot early before everyone else takes up all the real estate. So everyone is going to be thinking about Los in a circle like this. Obviously, that northern position, the one that Fury is heading towards right now, is very ideal. Gives you a lot of options, not only to rotate west and east, but also to go straight into Los. You also have direct information onto the closest side of Los too. So, and that's free right now for Fury. Fury can take that. I thought Tanax might have put themselves up there as they loot Los Leones, but they've opted to go more south and I guess be greedy for loot or something like that. They're not really getting info, actually, as I look at Tanax. They're just kind of sitting inside the city, but more power to them. Irrelevant rotating in on the western side, very close to AAP, or almost very close to AAP. This compound is free, but do they really want this compound? Maybe, yeah. It's a bit too much on the edge for my liking, though. I think I'd like to see them go a little bit deeper, but if they do, they might step on AAP.
Yeah, I think going in too early as well ends up being a trap. You know, for how many games that we've seen on Miramar where teams send it Los Leones early on a circle like this, and then getting out of the city becomes just almost impossible. So you got to be very, very careful. If you do kind of play in and around the city and you're close by, you kind of want to hold the outskirts, and that's about it. Limit it to the outskirts. Don't go deep into the city and start trying to play in and around those main buildings. Just hold the outskirt, and then that way you got a good little exit point. Roby kill. Kens is just going to heal himself up as he's had a little bit of damage. Of course, they too are actually, somewhat close to Tanax, just more so the eastern side of Los Leones. And at the moment, Fury have opted to play the north side. You got AAP that are playing the western side. So really, the city itself has already become quite surrounded. No one wants to obviously opt in to go there. But you think about some of these teams that have been coming in quite late. AH up north, just south of Campo Militar, the likes of PE as well, coming, of course, out of Hacienda. Do these teams feel then the need, if they don't play edge, if they don't come in late and play the edge, to send it Los Leones? Could be the case. I think typically the most normal thing to do will be get into the circle, phase 2 pop. If it centers up, maybe you send it. So we'll see if that does translate. Kill does come out. FTF have lost a player. Not ideal. Down to 3 for the remainder of this game. And Irrelevant have spotted in the warehouses close by to them on the western side of Los Leones. It's AAP that have positioned up.
Basically, what's happening in a zone like this is every team that was close to Los is creating this outer shell of Los Leones, and everyone coming in late from Hassi, from up north, they're all trying to find their way in to that shell, crack their way in. And there are roads that you can take that lead straight into the middle of Los, lead straight into the middle of Los, but you can guarantee that they are going to be occupied. There are going to be people up on the rocks, like Roman Kill. If anyone wanted to dive straight down that road just below Ken's is going to be there, and he's going to be ready to shoot you, especially when Zone 2, Zone 3 pops. These guys are going to get closer and closer to those roads because teams are going to get that much more desperate that those are the only options. They're really the only options to begin with. You can't really send it over these rocks that are already occupied. So it's going to be interesting, but it is quite funny how everyone's setting themselves up around Los, and as soon as it centers up, they all just mass migrate into Los. It's if you're looking at the map stream, it's quite funny to watch.
Yep, we'll see if that does eventuate. Minute 10, still a lot of real estate, though, that can be shifted onto by the circle, especially up towards the north. We'll see if that's going to happen or not.
Almost.
Here comes Ashing home. So they were, of course, very, very late. Basically making their way in out from Campo Militar, which is the parachute certainly helping them for getting into a decent position. Although the problem is you send it here and then the circle shifts up north, and suddenly you've kind of probably made the wrong call. We'll see what happens. Sometimes the circle does play against you. Speedy trying to land some shots here with the Mark 12. Miriyama, he's able to land safely from the parachute. So south side is where they've gone for AH of Los Leones. We'll see what the circle, though, does entail. Of course, still a lot of room for it to move in and around Los Leones. If it does center up, though, expect a couple of teams to really think about sending it into the main city. But even if it does, phase 2, you still probably don't have to just auto send. It really has to be hard center circle pop and to the north side. And so this is where you definitely don't send it Los Leones. Fury, they get the benefit. Same with ExoClan. North side is where we go. So those teams that hold outside of the city up to the north have benefited the most from the circle shift. I mean, even the likes of AAP out towards the west, they'll be quite content with this. They don't have to move too much. They don't have to change too much with their plans or their strategy. If it does then shift back down south on phase 3, they can still play the city if they want. So for them, it's just about kind of posturing a little bit more northerly, but still holding a somewhat similar position. The likes of AH, Red Sea, these teams that have gone very, very south now find themselves in a bit of a tricky position if they either have to play edge or send it into Los Leones.
You can send it through Los Leones, get to that northern side of Los. That is definitely viable. But right now, we got a bit of Mad Max action between Pindados and Panic. Dusky is just trying to get the hell out of here. There's an unrelenting barrage of bullets going his way from this M249, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough to get the blow up. Panic might just get out of dodge right now. They're sending it straight to that long building. Pindados are pulling up on the ridges. Luckily for both these teams, it's mostly an isolated fight if they were to take it against each other. I think Panic, a little bit. I mean, they've already set up a defense. This is going to be a reconsideration from Pindados. If they get a knock, maybe they can justify it. But I think right now they're just going to have to go with option B, whatever that was.
Yeah, the good news is they're still inside the circle and they can play time. Time means that they don't have to rush this. So they don't have to worry too much. They can play in towards Cantera for a little bit longer if they want. It's a bit of high ground that can come from that. If they want to push back up that way, obviously it's not ideal. You kind of never really want to move away from center, but there's other places they can go as well. If they want to wrap all the way to the eastern side, they can then come in towards Los Leones. Certainly options, but they are actually splitting up. So Crazy Nine stays back behind in towards Cantera. Not too sure, Pintados, if the what the communications are, unless they're gonna go back up the highway up north and then come in safely and then try and regain Cantera control. So really smart, and that's a case of not panicking and thinking, okay, let's just beeline straight back up. So they actually go down and out, and then they'll come back in. It takes them a bit of time, but it's the safer option. So really well played from PE. That will subvert them from the barrage of bullets from Panic Esports. Mikey Kabuki out on the board because looking to push in just above them. VIP in the concrete buildings below. And Cow's not going to allow that to happen. But this is where Fury can't really push on this. So if he doesn't have angles to get the flush, there's not much more he can do. Smokes will go out from Tazzy. That'll obviously block a lot of the line of sight so he can get the cross and get the revive. Oh, Cow.
All right. Luckily, Hiker's where he is. Because if Hiker wasn't where he is, Cow would be unable to put this much hurt onto VIP. Panic doesn't seem to be an issue either. I don't think Fury's going to get res. I think it's too risky for these guys to cross. With that second knock, it might not be worth it.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Obviously, knowing Cow's not going to push down the ridge, not going to push down the hill, so if they can just think their way through the scenario. You do have a crate that's also just dropped on their building for VIP.
They're running for it.
10 more seconds until phase 3, and it does seem as if I think they're going to be able to get those revives.
Yep.
I think it's just a case of having to use a couple of their smokes, although, never mind.
Oh my god.
Cow gets the kill with the nade and the knock on to Tazzy. So it's a 2-for-1 special at the hands of Waiki Kamukau for Fury. He's been able to bait them into thinking they can get that revive, and it has not been able to translate to success for VIP. And now they're basically in the same position where they were moments ago, but down a player entirely.
Sending it again is one tap as well. Do you use more smokes on this? You have to. I mean, Tazzy's manpower is valuable. Yeah, you're in the center, but you want to get this guy up. He's so close to you. You may as well use all of your resources if you have to, just to get him up. But Hiker's position is so bad for VIP right now. They run out on that north, they're exposed. They run out, they're exposed to Cal. The SVD, he's not going to let them get away with that. This guy is a nuisance. He's soloed like 3 different teams in 3 different games tonight. He might actually get the 4K here if Bewater just decides to send it.
I wonder if Bewater's probably learned the lesson that Waiki Kamukau is teaching here. Don't go for the cross while he's watching. On tap trying to make his way back, but he gets finished off for VIP. I don't think they necessarily made the wrong calls, the wrong plays here, Russell. I think Cow's just hit some really good shots, and he's punished the fact that they got the knock in one of the concrete buildings, and then from there, it's all just kind of gone downhill, trying to run in, trying to get the saves, throwing out the smokes. I mean, they've done it all well. They've done all the right things. I think it was that nade that really turned it around. Had that nade not landed from Cow, and look at the distance as well. When you're looking at it from that POV, the fact that he's got to throw the nade from that distance, land it perfectly over the wall, landing into the concrete building to get the knock and the flush. Really, really good little individual power play there by Waikiki Mukau here for game number 5. Minute till phase 4. Fury will benefit. They'll collect the points, and certainly needed after everyone else has kind of started to catch up. The likes of EXO, the likes of AAP, having good games has reduced that gap to Fury. And Akita, though, well, the response, a knock onto Savvy. Not too sure if they'll be able to get too much more. And EXO, you kind of look at the minimap. You look at the map in general, actually. Massive control out to the west. 2-2 split, making sure no one's pushing in behind, wrapping in towards that western side of the map. The only team that's close by to EXO is essentially AAP to their south.
I'm looking at the map. I'm smiling right now. In real life, just looking at this Fury split. It's so beautiful. It's just, they're just being confident. Hiker could have been assaulted at any moment, but I can guarantee you his car is set up, ready to go. And there's Cow again. Wait, was that with the Panzerfaust? Or am I just... Maybe it was just the Dragon. Either way, I'm loving this Fury split. Whatever, this Fury that we're seeing right now, even though they're not really being pressured, this is what it's all about. Hiker is sitting in one of the most ideal compounds in this zone. And because of that, they might even want to... They're probably not going to regroup on him. But still, it's just obscene. That I'm lost for words. I'm loving this. I know it looks very bland on stream. You're just watching 4 people on a map, but to me, it's perfection.
You might say it's perfection, but I think that circle shift probably favors EXO Clan a little bit more because they've got more of a grouped up style west side compound, and Fury has split and have to cross quite a distance and a lot of terrain to get to Hiker. On top of that, Hiker then has other teams outside his field's position. He has to make the move. He has to come back to the rest of Fury, I think, off that circle shift. Yeah. And it's exactly what he's doing. Although...
Oh, they have info that Pindado's left. Pindado's are the only threat. Hiker can go back.
Yeah. So as soon as he's come out, he's realized that this is a lot safer than maybe they thought. The issue here, though, there's a couple of things with it. Now you've got to get all 3 players across to him. So you've got more of a chance. You've got... Well, I mean, yeah, if they don't regroup, though, I don't know if they win this game.
And these are positions that can win you the game. Hiker can leave at any moment. His car's parked, he's ready to go. Panic is the only threat. Pindado's, yeah, maybe they come back, but he has Cow, Luke, and Nico who can all just turn on a dime, get info for him, and if they see a threat coming, he's going to leave. He can identify a threat himself.
The longer he leaves this, though, the more space will be consumed by other teams pushing in. The likes of Panic, for example, means that there are more teams that can shoot at Hiker if he does try to make his way back to the rest of the team. Of course, phase 5, if this just hard shifts up north onto Hiker, that then means Luke, Cal, Nikos all have to get in their vehicles and make their way over. That's 3 moving targets. More likelihood someone gets eliminated beyond just 1 player. We'll see what happens. I mean, look, this is a very much high risk, but potentially high reward game for Fury. For EXO, for AAP, a little bit more low risk and maybe a little bit more low reward. Samoy will get the finish off on to Zixus. Trick and Samoy, last 2 standing for 1 call. Good little fight to be won there with the Org on the low ground position against Gumshot. Murayama, high ground, peeks over, gets the knocker to Samoy. Trick, last one alive, gets the first aid kit off just in time, peeks out with the Org. This is a big fight for 1 call. They've been so dominant tonight, but they go out with just the 1 point gained. So 4 points from 2 games for 1 call has just left them a little bit vulnerable at the top. Bit of a flip there with the Murado. Monty putting in the work for EXO Clan, and he will benefit with a bit of help as soon as that Murado explodes. 5 kills for EXO. Pushes them up into the top 5. And clears out that position. They have a very solidified western side position.
Hiker got knocked. Oh, no.
Well,
oh, no.
As much as you were rambling on, I never believed. Sorry, Russell. I know you're very smart, but it was so risky.
I just can't.
But that's the thing, high risk, high reward. They now maybe don't get that reward. Circle shifts as well, south side. Had he left when he left, he would have been there with all the other three. He would have been in that location. They could have played its floor. They got greedy. And I get it. Had it gone north, he could have had main compound. But it was just, the earlier he had left, the less teams that would have been closer to his vicinity.
He's making me look like a fool. But it's not even about holding that compound. It's just about the info that it gathers. Either way, I'm going to stop rambling on about Fury because EXO have been excellent in their edge control as well on the western side, and there are so many more fights that we have to spectate. Roman kill and Synax as they go pushing in. It has to be perfect from one, and it is. No need of help from his teammate. He'll do it all himself. The flushes come out as well, and the turnaround. Are you serious? Synax ripped apart.
Yeah, Roman Kill continued to just be able to ward off a lot of these fights. We saw it in the back end of the game in the last game. Although caught from behind, there was still one more. It's Speedy. Ken's in the 1v1. Juan hasn't been flushed. Walks into the smoke, about to dissipate. Has a couple more. Hexamuffin up top for Ashing home. Finally having a little bit more of a better game for them. 3 kills, but not into the top 8. Not just yet. Juan bleeds out all that good work. And eventually dies, gets shot in the back. Speedy also dies, and that's the end of 10x. So 10th for them with one more game to go tonight. Shots from Alec for Archangel Predator. And being able to bring their form to Miramar. 4 players up, couple kills, good position. Pushing into this next circle though, that proves to be difficult. And you can see the reason why. The high ground elevation that Fury hold, looking down to AAP. It's not a good sight in terms of what AAP need to do pushing into this next zone.
They're opting to go with something different. They realize that that's not the best option they can take. So they're going to find space inside the zone. They still do have space. The shack up on the hill, they can take it. I don't know if they're going to be able to save cars very well there. And cars are going to be crucial in a zone like this. Unless they get fed, then it might be a little bit easier to just play it on foot. As this northern field gets a little bit more hectic. Panic. They took down Hiker, and this is the space they get from that. It's not for free, though. Pindados are on their western side, but there's a little ridge that's been there for years that stops either of those teams fighting. So they just kind of have to sit on their road ridges for now, just kind of exist. There's not much they can do, unless they decide to push each other, but that would be not the smartest of ideas. This is what Fury are left with after losing Hiker and all the positions they had. It's fantastic if you're Cow and Luke, but Nico, the cover from his 2 teammates up on high needs to be perfect. It's a massive open gap between From the Future and Nico. No way they can make that gap. Not with Nico watching, not with the teammates watching as well. Although, From the Future can get underneath Fury, underneath this high ground here, and maybe get an angle onto Nico, and that could open it up.
Well, that circle's not kind for a lot of teams. There's some that are able to kind of hold certain positions, still in the concrete buildings for the duo VIP. Which, by the way, I don't even think we ever touched on it, but Tazzy must have got a very last-second revive by B Water, because last time we saw him, I thought he was gone for this world. So they hold on as the duo, and of course they had that crate as well. I'm not sure if they've been able to loot it though, but yeah, you kind of look at ExoClan to the western side of this circle. They've got a couple of buildings still just barely in, so some cover late. Fury the same on the south. AAP, where do you go? I mean, where do you seriously go? You still got high ground that has to be dealt with for Fury. And if you try and set her up, I think they'll just pepper. And these kind of positions on the north side, north of the road, not really kind of long-term positions that Pindados are sending it to the hay bale. And these positions are always so vulnerable and volatile, especially to frag grenades, of which Pivy's got a couple, throws them in, doesn't quite hit the mark with the second, and Jo stays alive. Swings out Pivy though, very quick with the M4 to get the knockdown onto Jo. Panic continue to control the northern side of this circle. They don't have suspect though over towards this fight. He's coming in quite late. So he's done a tremendous job for the duo of Dusky and Pivy. Both control the north for Panic. They send Pindados out in 8th position. 7 teams remain, 5 of which are in our top 7 of their overall leaderboards. What a shot from Akita and Rip to get the knock, though, very quickly onto Pivy.
Just a duo of Panic taking out the entirety of Pindados. Well done to them, making sure that they control their side of the road. Absolutely crucial. Much better to deal with Pindados now rather than later when it becomes an actual threat. You were talking about AAP. Where do they send it to? They have a pretty clear send on the northern... Oh, no. Not like this. Not like that. That's disastrous for Fury. But AAP, as I said, they have a send. It's all the way to the north, just above where Fury's playing right now. You can sit in that bowl. You can even play the balls more north, I think, as the zone gets smaller and smaller, and high grounds like these silos
The res is good.
are pushed out. Okay, good. Thank God. Otherwise, that would have been a morale ruiner for Fury. But yeah, no, AAP, they have a clear send. I think Algenbots is eyeing it out, but right now they don't need to. They're in zone.
Yeah, and there was a brief moment where AAP were very close to third-partying onto Fury, but the team they wanted to third-party off of went down really quickly. Dospek gets the kill onto Buriyama, and that's the end of Ashing home. Better performance from them. These then actually go up into 11. Luke 12, clean with it. And that's Ultrabot's dead. He's by himself and eventually finished off anyway with the mini.
Oh my God.
Puts AAP down to 3 players. Big kill for Fury. And I tell you what, 10 points away from that top spot. They've just been able to edge close to the 1 call. Next circle. Does this remain central? No, it pulls towards VIP. Are they about to pull off a bit of a steal job here in game number 5? After being taught a little bit of a lesson in the concrete buildings by Fury, they now hold on. And hold on, they have been able to do 6 kills for Fury, but no high command, and has been the case for some time now. 5 teams remain, 15 alive, and it's, you know, arguably a lot of our remaining top teams from 9th to 1st, well, 9th to 2nd, I guess, still alive in this game.
Fury's looking to hold VIP out. That's their only option. That ridge in front of VIP's prio is prime real estate for them, but they can't lose anyone to VIP. VIP, they might have the more advantageous angles, but Fury need to use the space that they do have. Panic as well on this north side of the road. Fantastic job that they took up Pindados. Imagine they had to waste time now. This is AAP making the send that they absolutely had to make, the only option they really had. And Cow is here to greet them. He's very low HP though, it doesn't matter. He'll get one. Nan looking the wrong way. The nades come out as well. This is going to be an absolute brawl.
Underarm nade goes over the top of the Barado. Can it find success? Yes, it can. Evil Patrick with one onto Waiki Gamukau. That lands and sticks. First aid kit to be used by Niku's. Luke was able to get a knock onto Evil Patrick, but he gets traded. It's from Shoehorse, it's from Panic. The northern side of the road has an angle. Shoehorse was able to just barely find it and does get the elimination onto Luke 12, just further cementing that for the north. Panic Esports are in a, honestly, underrated position now. They've got to deal still with a couple of players from EXO in Akita, in Insight, that are kind of still lingering. And VIP, as they kind of poke their heads out, after dealing with that storm earlier in the game by Fury, they can start to maybe flex their muscles a little bit. Alex sprays the smoke with the barrel. Doesn't find anyone. Gives away the fact that he's up close. Nikus pushes out.
Oh, the game
Good
sense.
little double from Alec to expect the trade on the left-hand side. Fury go down in 5th, and AAP continue to storm back in this tournament.
Fantastic. Absolutely clinical from AAP there. What a great played game this is from Panic. Very silent, but dealing with the threats that they needed to. EXO as well. They did excellently on that western edge, but as they pushed in, they lost members here and there, down to 2. AAP, what they needed to do is exactly what they did do, and they defended against Fury very well. They knew Fury were going to have to come down, so they parked themselves up and stared at them as they left. VIP were never even a part of that fight. We thought maybe they would definitely be a part of that fight, but no, they still exist. Not in the zone anymore, though. Now they have to move. Top 4 for them. Good placement points, but they definitely want to get a couple kills out of this. This is Panic's game to lose. Well, maybe not on this circle, but I feel like once VIP's out, they have that ridge just across the road from them. You can see they were eyeing out that rock too. And I think EXO is obviously going to fight AAP, so then Panic can probably take advantage of that. With four man up as well, you'd expect them to have a decent performance in this endgame, but there is a chance, a very slight chance that they could throw this, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm in the same camp as this as being a almost must win now for Panic. I think there's still a lot of work to be done. So AAP, even though they're down to 3, Southside's pretty clean and they've got eyes on VIP. The biggest issue though is AAP is not really in a position to third party on to Panic. The fact that they're separated by basically the 2 remaining duo teams means the more likely outcome here is that Panic and AAP both push towards the center and they both kind of wipe out the 2 duo teams before each other. Good tags from Tazzy. Blue, though, you can see already putting the pressure on the location of VIP. It's PB that gets the knock out of the water. Panic. and they continue to just clean up the kills here. They've done a really good job on this northern side. There's the double. They get rid of both members of VIP. Leaves just Insight and Nikita as the duo remaining for Exoclean in the middle of AAP and Panic. But more importantly, for all three of these teams, Russell, they have been able to continue to close the gap with one call. Suspect in the vehicle. Alec probably needed to get that knock. It does give Panic some good position. Although this is actually perfect for Exo. Just quietly. If they can stay quiet here, Nikita though gets spotted by Dusky. Inside up close with it all. This is now an opportunity. AAP have to go. They have to treat Insight almost as a fourth.
I think you were right. Maybe AAP could still get back in this, but now it's a 4v3. And Panic have the dot as well. That's the thing. If they don't give up knocks here, AAP have to push towards them. Panic control the center of this zone. They have such wide control. Yeah, AAP has the high ground, but not for much longer. Smokes need to come out. This could end in a smoke field. Panic, they're doing exactly what I want them to do. Go wide, control the edges of the zone. Make sure that AAP have no control in this. This is perfect right now.
Look at that minimap. Panic is just choking back AAP, not allowing them to push out at all. And Shoehorse gets a much needed knockdown to really further compound the fact that they've got the numbers advantage, they've got the map advantage. Archangel Predator backs against the blue wall. Evil Patrick trying to peek out, see what he can find. They've been able to find a little bit of a respite here on this ridge, but it's not enough. And he also gets tagged very quickly as he peeks up. He has to peek back down, pops the first aid kit, back to 75%, flashes to go out. Org still in hand for Shoehorse up close with good angle, and the sprays to come out from multiple members of Panic Esports. They confirm the win, and guess what? It puts them up into second place, 2 points behind one call, with a 16-kill win for Panic Esports, and they looked very dominant here on Miramar. They controlled all three statistics: assist, the damage, kills, and they get the chicken dinner. That was a really well put together performance.
It was fantastic, dealing with the threats that they needed to, and then when it came to the end game, they were perfectly aggressive. They knew they had that in the bag. They knew where AAP was. Yeah, you're right. They could have thrown it. AAP had some position to work with, but Panic, they made the aggressive moves exactly when they needed to. Jake, we might have to do the maths on what happens if Panic wins.
Mate, I've looked at it. To be fair, unfortunately for Panic, because they finished fifth, they need a lot to go their way. More than anything, they would have to win and hope that everyone else just bombs out and some weird things happen. But hey, you can believe, you can have hope. More importantly, even if you still finish top four, you get at least the Asia Super Cup. So something to always fight for. That's the beauty of this tournament here for PCR2. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we've got one last game for day number one.
Welcome to the Update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new ranked season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play Tourist again and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms, refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta and Stolber areas, and keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into Update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Well, Panic has made it 5 winners from 5 games as we continue on. One last game to go tonight for day 1 of PCR2, and it's turned out to be really hotly contested. After 3 games, one call made a bit of a breakaway and then kind of has been brought back a little bit by the rest of the pack, Russell, which thankfully, in terms of the competition's sake, is a good thing for us. For one call, it has left the door open, and yeah, clearly then AAP, very dominant Vikendi, Panic with a really well-played Miramar. They got that kill onto Hiker from there, took the compound, played the north side really well. There wasn't too much competition, but yeah, despite that, they were still able to get a lot of kills in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they took out Pindados. They were the real threat for Panic in that game. If Pindados won that fight, you can see Pindados winning that game, but that was the only real threat. And then after that, I mean, they just had to play that in game as best they could. It kind of had to be a little bit perfect. Otherwise, you could see AAP just getting a massive advantage in that end game and completely turning Panic's game up on its head, but they didn't do that. And now we're just kind of waiting for EXO to get that win.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of put it out there, and it almost was not too far off. They did lose a couple of players towards the end of that game, had good position on the western side of Miramar, but in the end, couldn't happen. Obviously, there was a bit of talk about that split for Fury, whether Hiker should have or shouldn't have come back. We'll never know if maybe things could have been a bit different had he come back. AAP thought they played their position quite well, considering it wasn't really one of the more prominent positions on the map. For them to even get to second place from the position they were originally in was pretty decent in my eyes as well. So look, I will say somewhat turning into a bit of a top heavy lobby, which I think typically is the case when you get to RO16, you get to the end and you get to really a lot of these top teams now vying for what really is the major prize pool. So it's starting to probably become a bit of that top 7, top 8 scenario, and those in the bottom 8 are really struggling to find these points, get to the late game. So maybe that might change as the tournament goes on. I can't help but feel, in terms of the history of this game, it doesn't always play it that way. The top teams continue to just keep the good times rolling on. See if that happens here on Miramar. Final game of the night for PCR2, day 1, of course. 3 days of action over the next 2 days. Of course, we've got another 12 games to be played, and it's sure to be a cracker because there's so much to play for. There's the prize money, there's the 4 spots to go to the Asia Cup, then, of course, the top spot for PGC at the end of this year. So in terms of things to fight for and play for and to not give up for, plenty at stake here for PCR.
Listen, I'll take a top-heavy top 7 over a top-heavy top 4. Actually, quite a major difference in terms of excitement. Even though, I mean, EXO's in 7th right now. So, you know, they're the team we're looking to potentially step it up. They're top 3 in PGC points. We want them to be top 3 in the tournament. They are expecting to be up there on those podium spots. And right now, they're holding down 7th. So not the night for them, but certainly they can make a turnaround here. But then after that, yeah, you're right. There is a bit of a gap between 7th and 8th. But, well, I mean, APAC in the past has been this incredibly heavy, top-heavy region. We've seen 1 and 2 just be solidified with Fury, and then maybe when you move to the other APAC lobbies, it gets a little bit more hectic. But I'm happy with a competitive top 7. I'll take that any day of the week. This plane path, pretty damn fair. No one's going to be unhappy with this. I am quite sad that we haven't had too many hot drops. I was expecting some spite hot drops. I was expecting some hot drops that I know that I think Fury were potentially engaged in a couple hot drops before going into this, but we haven't really seen that. So I'm kind of disappointed, but it is making us have very exciting mid games and very exciting end games. The entirety of tonight has just been phenomenal.
Well, we did have that little hot drop past the end of last game. I mean, it really didn't last very long.
Yeah.
So there probably wasn't too much of it. I can't imagine we'll see a repeat here for the final game of the night. And also, truthfully, I've never actually been like a massive fan of hot drops anyway. I think that while they're good in isolation at various points, you can say, okay, yeah, you can see why teams would do it. I always just feel like, especially when you've got multiple layers of qualification, so RO20, 128 all the way down to 16, usually by the time you get to RO16, you kind of know where everyone wants to drop anyway. So obviously it looks like maybe once again, there might be a bit of a hot drop between PE. There's VIP as well. They're close by over towards Kintara. Can't see too much else in terms of hot drop shenanigans, although of course, Ashing home down towards Puerto Paraíso with Red Sea. The city itself is large enough that you don't have to necessarily fight, but it does seem as if they have spotted each other close enough to each other, and we do get a southeastern circle for our final game of the night.
Interesting to see how that Red Sea AH hot drop pans out. Titan Foxy rotating all the way to the north. Bendado's hot on their tails, but I think they're just gonna avoid any more Fury Road action, I think. Is probably the smartest play. Go get some loot. A 3x SKS is not ideal. Jo is going to be wanting something completely different. Why is Tazzy knocked up here? Did we miss something? Is that maybe the rest of Pindados that did that? Huh.
Could be the case.
He's just knocked. Bewater's coming over now, but what? They had no idea. Tazzy knocked himself, and Pindados had no idea. That's my assumption. Oh no, they knocked him from far, and now they're searching for him.
They don't know exactly where it might have been in terms of the precise location. Could be the case, yeah. I think that might be probably a little bit more, probably on the money. First scenario didn't quite make too much sense. Either way, fight Dean through the hole. Like Mariyama just backs off ever so slightly, but up close. Shotgun, talk about one shot, good night. That is an easy kill, and Red Sea will happily deal with Ashing home really comfortably. All 4 players up. You get the 4 kills. You get Porto Paraíso, especially in a circle like this. That is a mega power play for Red Sea Esports to finish the night off.
With 4 men up as well. That's ideal. Dead center. You can risk losing one in a hot drop like that, but they did not. So they'll be ecstatic with that. Tazzy, I thought he was going to get res with the information that Pindados left, but I think they were too close either way. So no way he's going to get rezzed. They'll claim the knock, and they won't even know where he died. So, well, I hope they claim the knock at least. When Tazzy bleeds out, I'm expecting one of them to have a 1 next to their name. It would be quite sad if they didn't. Ah, they find him anyway. Oh, wait, he did knock himself.
Wait, what?
I don't know what happened.
Wait, did he land on the tower and then I don't know, that's...
Yeah, I guess so.
Or did he get shot as he was coming down and then the fall damage finished him off? Like, I'm confused.
Yeah. Either way, you saw the reaction. He was like, oh, I was so close to
it. He was very close to getting that kill. It would have been a freebie, quite literally, but doesn't find it. Tazzy does bleed out, and he obviously does end his night early. So not ideal for VIP. You know, it's still around the mark, middle of the pack. Not exactly, though, in a position where I think they're going to be challenging for these top 4 positions, far way off that. But in terms of being a team that can maybe, you know, compete around the middle of the pack for the remainder of this tournament, they will miss out on that opportunity. Emergency parachute used early here by AAP. I guess the plan will probably be drop just south of Los Leones.
Or just east, onto some unplayables maybe. Looks like they're actually skipping past. They want to go a bit more central, maybe claim something around where Tanax is playing. There's always the argument whether you should time the emergency parachute or when phase 2 pops, or whether you just send it. Either way, VIP stuck inside the sandstorm, not ideal at all. This one, I don't like this one more than the blizzards. I don't know why, there's just something about the sandstorm that annoys me. It's probably the way it comes from the top and slowly makes its way through the map. It just exists for way too long. Either way, stuck inside it. And this is Red Sea taking full advantage of winning that hot drop. What can they do with it? Well, right now, they've let a couple teams kind of get spots around them, AAP being one of them. Apex had to back off. So yeah, they won the hot drop and they claimed Puerto, but doesn't look like they have too much out of it right now.
Just almost at the 6-minute mark early on. And yeah, there's not really going to be much more that they're going to be able to get out of Porto Paraíso. Obviously, AAP have made their way into this area. So, quiet game now. The first little bit of initial fights has kind of just subsided ever so slightly. An opportunity for teams to obviously relocate, get into some good positions, kind of somewhat what we just saw from AAP, if you will, with that emergency parachute. A lot of other teams, of course, quite far away, no further than Exoclan towards El Pozo, which is quite some distance for a team that's been really good tonight. Probably one of the top teams that hasn't actually found a win. Everyone else has been able to find a win that has performed well. Roman kill just dropping out of the top 5 for the first time as well coming into this game. And that is not good for Tchaikovsky. But he's dead, surely, right? I can't imagine he's going to be able to survive this.
Oh my god. come on, get knocked. You have to get knocked out of respect now. No way you survived this all 4 times. Why are you still trying to drive? Get out of the car and run to the coast, my man. Oh, are you serious right now?
He would be faster if he just got out at that point. Yeah, there we go.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, they're chasing him down. Wait, one of them knocked himself. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Flo gets it anyway. Oh my god.
What a weird moment.
Shambles.
Oh boy. PUBG sometimes can be quite funny, quite humorous. No humor though for AAP. Locked in and focused after a slow start. They've been able to end the night in a really good position. Certainly wouldn't have known after 3 games they only had the 5 points. So, I mean, they've basically been, I guess, the best team in the lobby since Game 3 finalized. So, games 4, 5, and now into 6, they've been the best team. Is that a concern for teams going into tomorrow? Something to think about in terms of the current form, the current momentum. It's all with AAP. One call, they've kind of cooled off a little bit. Panic have been good. Late tonight, Fury have been probably one of the more consistent teams. So a lot of teams in sort of different variables going to the conclusion tonight. Flower gets the kill eventually onto Jakolski.
With the pan.
With the pan. Never a nice way to end the night.
Not at all. All the wins, except for Fury's, have been over 10 kills, I believe. Fury had 8 kills in their win. Then there was one call with 20. And then
Panic with 16.
We had a couple 15s as well. So they were all in big wins, really big wins. Which is par for the course for APAC. Everyone kind of sends themselves into your line of sight trying to make something happen. And then you will happily take all the knocks for free. Speedy trying to pop tires from a very far distance. I wonder who that's going to affect. Maybe Pindados, they're coming from the north. They might want to take that car, but no longer. If Speedy was able to pop those tires. I don't actually know. It was way too far away for me to even see. But I like the attempt. Maybe not best on the ammo, but I like the attempt.
Yeah, I mean, you got to shoot your shot, right? Sometimes it might land. Sometimes you might get a bit fortunate.
Sometimes you get rejected.
Oh, well, sometimes that does happen. But what up? He's just fought up for Dusky. Panic. Another kill tonight puts them up to 56 points, one shy of one call. You spoke before about sort of some of the calculations needed for them. Probably not quite in the territory of really doing that, because I think their calculations will require a lot of input from many different variables. But the TLDR would most likely be that they would need the likes of, Roman Kill from the future to overtake the likes of Fury and AAP.
Yeah, very specific outcomes need to happen for them to qual. But we did say it. They'll still be thinking about it like that. Where's this going to go? Oh, that's pretty standard, actually. That's quite standard.
Yeah, it is. Oh. It's a little bit of water, but it's not enough to really change the shape of the game. It ends up playing, largely the same. The biggest thing for me is not so much the water. It takes out Los Leones. So had that probably just gone a little bit more to the northwest, Los Leones would have been a factor, something to kind of keep in mind, but that's not going to be the case. And we see these kind of circles quite a lot. And as is the case with Miramar, a lot of terrain to play off of, a lot of the hills, dips and valleys, lots of holes that you can play out of. 7 and Titan Foxy getting pushed here. Pindados Esports, Hatchy got one, but then immediately traded. I'll talk about a side swipe with the barrel from 7 as Jho was trying to run across the doorway, the shotgun. And probably coming into this a little bit too late, and they just run in one at a time. And in the end, though, Titan Foxy still get the job done because Ryan holds on to get the last kill onto Crazy 9. And that will be the end of the night for Pindados Esports. It's a very unfortunate second last place for them. Probably was not expecting them to be that low by the end of day 1, but that is the position they find themselves in. Fleaways for 4 piggies down the highway, driving past Bandits who have had a very miserable night, averaging just 1 point a game.
Wait, that is quite miserable, yeah. When you put it like that, when you say 1 point a game, it doesn't reflect kindly on them. Oh, they're only 3 in this end game as well. Or this last game, sorry. It is quite late in New Zealand. I think that might be the reason why. Either way, they're going to do their absolute best. They're a team that, they can definitely show up tomorrow. These guys put them in the right spot, and they're as capable as anyone else, right? So, looking for that. But right now, they're being eyed by one call, who's looking to extend their lead. Right now, 1 point is not good enough for One Call. They want a bigger lead than that, especially when they were rocking a 20-point lead just a couple games ago. So they're also in their head thinking, damn, we had that, now we've lost it. Time to recoup that lead. This is classic VIP. I mean, this is classic if you have 2 people alive, but this is just VIP. This is what VIP does. If they have 4 alive right now, if they have 4 alive right now, I can almost guarantee you they'd be sat inside buildings waiting for someone to breach. They will happily bait crash. Sometimes it works. I mean, most of the time, actually, it works out for VIP. But when it doesn't, it is quite disastrous.
As for Classic Fury, though, full control towards the small northern side of the circle, just outside Los Leones, close by to them. EXO, remember, they came all the way from El Pozo, so they've had a long distance for EXO Clan. So they've got no map control, no real presence inside of the circle, not even inside of the circle, to be honest. You can see them on the minimap now, making their way close by to Fury, and this is such a big opportunity. More so for Fury. They've got guns out, EXO are in vehicles, they won't be aware, but they're actually able to dodge this roadblock. Rip, though, he might not be able to get away. Cow, one more chance, no. Rip's just able to make his way around the corner. Gets down to half health, but survives nevertheless. Rip, though, crashes at a very, very bad spot. Nikos has got to land at least one shot with the SLR. He's unable to.
Give it up.
They're not the easiest of shots, even with Rip slow, not barely moving. He's a distance away. The scope on the SLR made it seem like he was probably a bit closer, but he is a distance away. And you can see it there on the map. Has quite some shots that needed to land. He wasn't able to, and EXO Clan breathe a sigh of relief.
For now, but they still have a ways to go before they get inside the circle. Couple teams that they might have to contest with, even if they do rotate all the way to the south. One Call is right there. Couple teams really have to make their way in. Red Sea have just been chilling in Puerto this whole time. They took it at the start, and they're going to maintain this position as well as they can. I kind of like what they're doing, setting up on that road, making sure that no one can rotate in between them. Although they've only got 2 people kind of set up for it, and one of them's keeping an eye on VIP. One Tap is very close. I don't know if that Red Sea player knows he's that close. Either way, keeping an eye up north. So people can rotate through Puerto if they wanted to, and this is EXO doing their best to scout. They've had to do a wide rotate. Step 1 really is to make sure that the wide rotate is clean. Well, what can we actually take on edge and use as a staging point? Insight's going to be leading the charge. Irrelevant. Doesn't look like Insight has seen them yet. Do Irrelevant even know that EXO are behind them? I mean, that's the first fight they have to take.
Closing in on the 15-minute mark for the final game of the night. Who's going to be able to really just edge out and close the night in the best fashion going into tomorrow? It's so close to the top of the standings. I mean, 1 point literally separating One Call and Panic. But Fury, AAP from the future, EXO and Rome, all very close as well. I mean, this is the kind of game that if EXO can find a way to kind of play edge, sweep, get some kills, really let the guns do the talking and maybe finish off with a 15-kill win, as has been the case apparently tonight, rockets them right up the standings. Kind of need it, 19 points behind One Call. Not ideal, but still a lot of PUBG to play. Man on the move from the future, and they've kind of cooled off a little bit from the future. Absolutely dominant on Erangel, probably the best team on Erangel tonight. But the other maps, they've not quite been able to have as much of an influence, and I think that's been clear. 45 seconds until phase 4, and again, they just kind of go for a bit of a defensive play, hold the warehouse, north side of the circle, hope and pray for probably a northern shift.
This is one of those zones where as soon as you commit to a play, you're kind of stuck in committing to that play, especially because you might end up in a bowl or something like that where you're just pinned down by all the high ground. So teams don't want to be too premature on their sends or their commitments just yet. EXO never ever had to fight Irrelevant, so they didn't. Irrelevant left very close with that Dragunov is Delta Mix. Probably not the most ideal range, but certainly the range in which the damage will be done. The nade wasn't successful either. Titan Foxy, this is looking like a pretty hard defense, isn't it? Well, maybe not anymore. Jeff, what a man. Sitting in the center of the zone, is Tanax going to group up?
Yeah, doesn't want to make any noise here. Doesn't want to really give away position. There's a big fight happening elsewhere, apparently, between One Call and Bandits. Bandits have lost too early. to Trick and Chibberit. That's happening towards the south side of the zone, not inside of the circle anymore. Nade is good from Nandu. 2 easy kills for 1 call. And it's just down to Miller, 4 bandits. And because we're on 6 games now as well, Russell, it means that they would actually go from 1 point a game to, what is that, 0.8?
Yeah,
it is
you're right.
0.8333 and repeating.
Yep. Don't be like that. Don't put it like that to them.
I'm just doing the math. I'm just doing the math.
I know. But they need some hope, man. They're an OS team. We gotta lift them up.
Plenty of days to turn it around. 2 more days. 12 more games. Yeah.
Yep.
And we've seen teams do it before in the past. It's not impossible. We have that one big pop-off game. Things go your way. Get a little bit of form and momentum from that. Hopefully, for their sake, that can be on day 2. You know, certainly they've got the players that are capable of turning it around. 7 with some good tags onto Pivy. So Panic are going to have to fight their way into this next zone. And From the Future did end up getting their prayers answered with that northern shift after just kind of pushing into the warehouse up north. Cow is knocked. Is he going to get flushed? And Luke's... Oh, he's been caught. Blessed. Big knocks here onto Fury. And big ramifications that can come from it. I'm not sure if they're going to be salvageable or not. The man in the shack has done so much damage to Fury. Niku is now making his way up there.
No way they actually lose one off that. Devastating. Either way, the action will continue on this eastern side. Panic, they constantly prove me wrong with how they play the late games. I often get frustrated, but oftentimes it just works out. Fight and Foxy into between 2 teams. Panic being one of them, and they'll happily take those couple kills. FTF will finish them off. And now Panic have a little bit more time and space to work with. FTF actually knocked. This could be Panic's signal to go, although I don't know if that's the most ideal fight for them to take right now. That is a big threat. They do steal the kill away. They know that team is weak now. Did they get the reses? They did get Luke. Cal was flushed eventually, weakening Fury quite a bit. They're in a decent spot as well. Just need to move a little bit more inside, then they can actually start playing the game. But right now, they are absolutely pinned down. This is Panic as well, trying to make a move in. FTF at the same time. So both these guys moving at the same time gives them both space to actually take this fight on, I mean, both teams' terms, really. That zone is not kind to everyone on the north, though, including Fury. Look at EXO, holy.
Yeah, and they've had to work for that. So that's not a feed. Remember, they were the last team to come in from El Pozo. They've had to work really hard. We saw the roadblock at Lost the Owners that they had to deal with from Fury. Rip almost basically slamming himself into a wall. And eventually they've just been able to very quietly sneak their way into a good position. Chibberit loses the battle closed by the Panzer. And that's a nice knockdown for Ken's. Obviously going to heal up. He's taking some damage as well from that. Fury knocked by Patrick, and suddenly for phase 5, a lot of the kills have just started to light up the kill feed across the map from all different areas. North side, south side, central is kind of where it's a little bit quiet right now. EXO by themselves. Hiker finished off by Cherry. So even Tenax on the north side getting involved with some good angles to Fury. They're down to just Nikus and Luke 12. Not the way that Fury would have wanted to end the night. Looking to catch up to one call, catch up to Panic. Well, those two have been able to get some kills and actually continue to bridge the gap. And the likes of AAP are very, not too far away from actually overtaking Fury. Irrelevant. 8th place at the moment, and just kind of away from that top 7, the proverbial top 7 that we labeled before coming into this game. You know, they're 14 points behind, down a player, but as the 8th place team, still able to make an impact and can have an impact on this lobby.
That's why I said they look like a threat. They're not just a throwaway O's team. They seem to know how to play it quite well, at least survive, and surviving's half the battle in a game like PUBG. Put yourself in a good spot. This is a zone where all the fighting happens on the edge, and we're seeing it, but eventually, as it gets smaller and smaller, all these teams are going to be forced to fight no matter what. The center is usually quite open, as evident by EXO's very wide split, but it's getting to that point where EXO is going to be pressured. They're going to be pushed upon. They're going to need to make choices. Right now, one call, they're stuck on edge. Right now, they're in, but they have a very important choice to make about how they cross that road, how they actually make that push to the rest of the circle. AAP still surviving on this at least inside here. Yeah, they lost Algin bots, but look at the info None has. Look at how much space is in front of them they can take that they now know is totally free. They can kind of sit here with 4 piggies and just rain hellfire onto one call. Stop a very prime competitor from doing anything in this game. I'm just interested to see whether EXO fall apart with the amount of control they have or whether they're actually able to hold it.
Yeah, can they consolidate the advantage that they've got right now? That's the biggest thing. So it's been a game where they've had to really work the map quite extensively. They've not really been in a position where they can kind of roam, get kills. Miramar doesn't always play out that way for you. They've been able to kind of sneak into that central position, and you can see how open it is for them. I imagine this will center up. It does. It typically does around this portion of the game. Phase 6 and 7 doesn't really go for those super crazy hard shifts unless it comes down to sort of the terrain and the buildings, and obviously of which there is no buildings in play here. Trick knocked by Fleaways, so 4 piggies able to continue to pepper towards one call. You said whether or not AAP can get involved in that. They're kind of turning their attention a little bit maybe towards Panic. Same with Tenax. So Panic again finding themselves in a position where they're having to fight numerous different parties. We saw it back on Aaron Goal at the start of the day, and for a team that's in second place by just 1 point, they've done a tremendous job tonight considering they've been in a lot of fights.
Yeah, they absolutely have been phenomenal. I mean, silently consistent, right? Almost like Roman Kill. And we saw those guys play very similar in game 1. It's been that way the entire night up until Panic got that dominant win. Here's Roman Kill again, made their way across the road. Now they have to defend from the likes of Irrelevant. Coming from the north, I said they were a threat, and down goes Ken, stolen away. This is Irrelevant, making that push. Need to get this trade out, doesn't even matter. Doughty doesn't put up a fight, neither does Zhuan. One call helps from the background. Irrelevant claim all that space for themselves. Fantastically played so far from them. And this is Panic, 4 kills to Dusky as well. To Nax, they've survived decently enough. I think Panic did exactly what they needed to do. They made that step out of their little hole on that eastern edge, or that north edge, sorry, and now they have so much space, and now they're actually able to play the game, take fights. It's fights on multiple angles. I was going to say, it's fights on multiple angles, but dealt with by Suspect with 3.
Yeah, AAP felt like they could get themselves in behind Panic and get up close to start that fight, maybe hoping that Tenax were going to be able to fight them from the other side. Panic have done really well, so Tenax were not really in a position to push up close there. They dealt with then AAP turning around, really executed perfectly by Panic again in these fights where there's a lot happening, many different angles. They've just been able to hold their ground really nice, really stalwart defensive positioning, not giving anything away. Akita with the triple. No, it's a double. It's a flush, and then also the knock into the flush, and there goes 4 piggies in 8th place. They'll at least take an extra placement point with them to the grave. And you can see, I mean, that leaderboard speaks volumes. 5 of the top 6 still alive. Irrelevant in 8th, and obviously Tenax in 13th, which is surprising to me because I think they've been largely okay tonight. To be fair, only a couple of points from skyrocketing up into basically the top 10. So probably the leaderboard lying a little bit in terms of their positioning. And it's just down to Luke. It's been one of those scrappy games for Fury. Can they just, edge out a couple of points, do a lot more of their better work tomorrow? Obviously playing behind the 8 ball though in terms of one call and Panic. They will stay above AAP after they got wiped by EXO, of which of course EXO have kind of been behind the 8 ball all night tonight. But now in a good position to close the gap even more so to the likes of Fury. But it looks like top 2 are going to run away with day 1.
Yeah, I agree. EXO is certainly in a position, one of the positions of all time, if you ask me, stuck in a very deep crevasse in between Panic and one call. But right now, Panic is fighting, trying to clear all their threats on their edge, which they've done beautifully tonight, to their credit. Not being passive. This is not the Panic I'm used to seeing, but I'm loving seeing it. EXO now has to get a little bit aggressive. As you can see, Vincent, as soon as they peak up, one of these 2 teams is going to start shooting at them. So maybe they just kind of have to sit down here and do nothing and wait for everyone else to engage and fight each other, and then they can get more placement points, and then maybe pick their head up when a big 4v4 pops off or something like that. Luke is in a decent position to get something done. Still in zone, I believe. You just got to move a few feet in front of him, and he should be fine. He's in it for potentially a top 4 here. But even then, I don't know how many teams I see dying in this next zone.
Well, to make this just a little bit more exciting, I've finally gone and done some of the calculations. If things stay as they are, Panic 1 call 2, and Fury 3, Panic go to PGC.
Oh my God.
So, yeah, it is shaping up nicely for them. They've got a lot of work to do. Still two more full days of action. So let's not get too ahead of ourselves, but it is a possibility. Something that definitely needed to be calculated. Chimperette just barely wins that one against Blessed. barely, but some very bare margins. And one call have done a really good job of just edging out a couple more kills to close this game out. Finally, they are eliminated in 5th position, down to our top 4, Fury of which have been able to sneak in some very valuable placement points, Russell, because they looked dead and gone. But Luke 12 on the eastern side, on the western side, by himself, has just managed to hold on. And I think there's a fair world in which he actually outlives Irrelevant.
He honestly could get a top 2 here, if we're being real. Maybe not too real. But he's in the zone. He's in the zone, and you know Luke is not a player to just give up his life like that.
Horse.
That's good. Speaking of giving up his life, Rip, bit too exposed over the ridge, has given an advantage to Panic, the team you don't want to give an advantage to right now, because they'll absolutely take it. You can see them mobile on the top of this ridge. If they can peek down, I think they can actually just get rid of EXO completely, but they know Irrelevant's still alive as well. Now the Flex has gone down to the zone. It probably gives them more motivation.
They're going to win this.
To rear their heads. Yeah, they are probably going to win this one. Too much space, too much momentum, really. 11 kills to their name.
Well, no one's fighting them.
It's just solos alive too, basically.
Yeah, that's the thing. No one's able to fight them. Yeah, Irrelevant are just barely trying to keep one player alive. Luke 12's obviously in a position where he knows he can't peek out. As soon as that ridge is exposed, he's dead. And then you've got the duo of EXO-Clan that, well, they're a duo. They can only do so much, Akita and Monty. Yeah. But to be fair, they're the only ones, I think, out of all the teams remaining that have any semblance of a chance of making something happen. Look at Luke. He basically dies there. He doesn't move. If Luke's smart, of which we know he is, he never moves. Doesn't give them anything. He has to just hope that he can stay there long enough that he gets 3rd or 2nd. But if he gets up, he dies. And he should be well and truly aware of that. Unless he goes for it, tries to get a bit lucky, maybe hears some shots in the distance. You've been in this position before, you hear the shots going out, and you just think maybe there's a chance. If they start fighting, I can get up and move a little closer to the zone.
But Panic are lasered in on him right now. I don't think that's going to be the case for Luke 12, as much as I want it to be. I think Panic are way too zoned in on what they need to do. Luke is a threat. Don't get it wrong. He's a solo, yeah, but he is absolutely a threat.
It's a free kill too. It's a free kill too. If he gets up, and then that's why they're really honed on in him. And they've got the 4. They're playing close by. Panic again playing this really well, as they did on the last game of Miramar. So yeah, there's not much more Luke can do here. He's probably just a little bit annoyed that Panic aren't pushing out to wipe EXO and Irrelevant.
Playing it perfectly. He might be annoyed, but it's what they need to do.
Yeah, exactly.
With that Orm as well, actually, Flex. No vest. That's not ideal when you have an Orm. You want a vest. So Ian's going to do his best to take out Luke 12. Is he going to be the one
dies to the blue?
No. I think grateful Luke should be from dying to the blue.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Okay, that's nice. Okay, can EXO push on that? No, I was just looking at the map. They're not close. I was just thinking that not too long ago, they were kind of somewhat close, and I thought maybe off of that knock, they might feel like, okay, go time. To be fair, if they also do that, then they're at the sightlines of Irrelevant too. So EXO kind of have to, they can't move. They kind of have to hold this location and hope that Irrelevant can continue. Oh, Flex, another one. 11 more shots with the AWM. And just, you know, breaks some armor, breaks maybe a couple helmets, just getting some damage in. Smokes go out, Panic. 11 kills, still in a really commanding position here, but if they have to push over a ridge, I mean, this is the thing though, EXO, they are going to shoot whoever picks first, right? It doesn't matter if it's Irrelevant. If they can kill them, get 2nd, they'll take it.
This is so winnable for EXO. Now that I'm actually looking at this, EXO are the closest team right now to the dot in the center of the in the center of phase 9. Irrelevant is going to peek over this hill. Monty has to be so clean with these knocks, and he's not. That probably secures it for Panic. As the rest of Irrelevant run down the hill, they're just going to get ripped apart. This res could come out from EXO, but even then, I think this has given Panic way too much space and way too much time to work with.
Should very well be back-to-back wins for Panic to close out day 1. Considering we had 5 different winners up to this point. They'll be the first team to make it back-to-back to get the right revive for EXO to 2 versus 4. Clear cut. Dusky, though, holds the angle really well. Puts that Crozer to continued good use. 5 kills for him. Nice little double knock from Monty. He can certainly win it, but no, he gets eventually swamped. 14-kill win for Panic Esports. Fresh off the back of a 16-kill win the game before. Miramar is their home. And as of right now, as things stand, the ticket to PGC from this region is in their hands with 2 days to go, Russell. That's the most important thing. That's what matters the most. For Panic, right now, if things ended today, they're off to PGC. So 2 days to go to hold on for them.
It's not the result I expected from tonight. I was hopeful that one call would do well, and they did, but I wasn't like certain of it. Panic, they were not on my bingo card. I'll be honest with you. I thought Panic, the way that they play these end games, they would just kind of crumble in a lobby like this. But they're not playing the way they used to. They're playing these end games almost to perfection. They're being aggressive when they need to be. They're keeping 4 men up. Man, I'm just so happy that they were able to get rid of that unnecessary passiveness that hindered them in previous endgames and step up to the quality that this lobby really is. It's fantastic to see.
More importantly is the consistency in getting to these endgames. Top 5 in 5 of 6 games tonight, with obviously 2 of those being wins, is quite an achievement for Panic Esports. And look, I think when you kind of look at their roster, well, first and foremost, finish 5th in PCR 1 means that they obviously capable, and I think they've always had a roster. Pivy, Suspect, Dusky, these guys are really talented players, and Shoehorse, I'll add you in as well, Shoehorse as well. So I don't think this is too much of a surprise. I don't look at this personally and say, oh, it's just a one night thing. I think the way we saw them play tonight, the fact that they've been together a while, the fact that they obviously finished top 5 as well in PCR 1, everything says to me they can continue at this level. The real question is not them, it's everyone else. AAP, Fury, EXO, One Call. Can they go to that next level up above and maybe put the pressure onto Panic? We'll have to wait and see. Russell, I'll get your final thoughts, of course, as we look to close things out for day 1.
I mean, what a beautiful night of PUBG. This is an APAC region that I think is entirely revitalized from days in the past. In the past, it was chaotic. It was all over the place, but now these teams are playing like everything matters. Like there are actually things on the line, and we're getting better entertainment because of it. We're seeing AAP, we're seeing all these APAC teams that we usually just send it and die for no reason. We're getting quality PUBG out of them, and it's I'm loving it. It's fantastic to see. I thought this was going to be a banger, but tonight exceeded my expectations. So yeah, going into the next 2 nights, I'm on cloud 9.
Indonesia, Philippines, Australia, all controlling teams in and around the top 3. It's beautiful to see, and obviously a really great way to start day 1 for PCR. I guess congratulations to Panic in day 1, but guess what? You don't get anything after finishing in first after day 1. They need to continue. We'll see whether or not they can. We'll see whether or not AAP, can they bounce back? It's been a bit of an up and down kind of night for them. Fury, a bit shaky. EXO Clan, I think they've got another level they can go to. One Call were great tonight, not too far behind, but for Panic, they are the leaders at the conclusion of day 1. We will return tomorrow for PCR 2 day number 2. We hope to see you there. We started off with an absolute banger, had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's 1. That's 2 there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza. It's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here onto Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better. For Irrelevant. Great spotted. Top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock onto Savvy. Does he get the second? He does! Onto the Bam Bam!